هذه المنشآت التي الإنسان يتولى أن يعرف إضافة إلى الحماية الخارجية.
عصر القطع حولي الوقع وهذا بعض الله إذا في مساحة نظام الكلام يعني هو تفكر قاعد نظام التلوث كانت على العقاب ومنظوم الأداء ضد البراءة. لابد من الأداء في الشعب الأول ومفيش حق البراءة. إذا ذكرنا في إحنا الصناعة هذا الجديد. والإخوة خاطرهم ومش خاطرهم.
C'est un nom simple et courageux.
كنا كشفت الجامعة كشفت المدن لا ترجع
وأعلم إن أنا بقيت عاجز بس كم
هذه الصورة فقدت قبل ساعات فقط من اندلاع الحرب. التعليقات كانت حكومية جدا على منصات التواصل الاجتماعي. وكثيرة بينهم الصحفي الشرعي الذي قال ساخرا ما ليس لديه الإمكان لا يمكن أن يكون في أخلاق المستقبل. سميع البلد أيضا كتب يقول الطبقة السياسية الحاكمة في العراق أنجبت إنجازا عظيما مثل أم الأزمة التي تمر بها المنظمات في العراق، وهو دعوة إلهام شامل على السرحان إلى مبادئ حتى الأطفال على وين الدولار. عثمان أبو زيد كتب يقول يا أمة يضحك العالم على تركها الصحة والوقاية وانتهى تأثيرها عليها ونعمت على حليب المستعار وإنشاؤها بلا كرامة وفتحت المنابر للصغار وأقصت الكبار. أما المشهد الآخر والذي قبل أيضا بانتقادات واسعة فكانت تكون عن عدد من أنصار أحد المرشحين أولاهم وكانوا
فضلا عن خطها نظاما يشاركون من بغداد محمد جبار العراق المكان.
بسبب الأزمة والإنتشار والشروط هي رد الفعل الأمريكي إلى هذا الضعيف استراتيجية داون ترامب غير مدروسة لأن في شيء جدا في يتعاون في أراضي الإسرائيل بعد ما قال داون ترامب للهندس.
نعم سأذهب إلى سيد شبارو من ضمن سيد شبارو عرفي يقول بأنه يتفاجأ بالضربة الأمريكية يعني بالفعل تفاجأ وكان الأمر مفاجئا مع كل هذه التحالفات العسكرية.
ذلك صحيح وهو سيء كان ذلك صحيح وراء أيضا يعني في داخل الاستهلاك المحلي الإيراني فهو سيء أيضا
Oh my God! Right?
Didn't win the time.
I know seen it, but
شيء ما أو على الأقل أن تبدو بأنها قادرة على القول بأنها دول الكبرياء الإيرانية يعني يمكن عدم يعني بشكل أو بآخر أن يكون قد أصابه الضرر. كل ذلك يعني أن اليوم يعني كلام المفروض الإيراني في الأمم المتحدة كان واضحا بأن يعني لا أساس هذا أن إيران لطالما هكذا
has some of the worst depreciation in the entire car market. With the Tesla Model,
לפי סטנדרט היוקרה של בית בלב בדרך כלל.
it's no secret that Tesla has some of the worst depreciation in the entire car market. With the Tesla Model 3 losing more than 50% of its value in just 3 years, the Model Y is just that. And a quick search online shows dozens of posts from people who are losing their shirt with their Model Y and Model 3 and who are now severely underwater. And I know that some of you who are watching this video may be thinking that anybody who's complaining about their underwater Tesla is simply just a moron.
Because cars are depreciating assets, and anybody who thinks or expects otherwise is just a dummy.
Not really the case. Because as we've talked about a number of times on this channel over the years, while sure cars do depreciate, and generally speaking, if you buy a new car, you're going to lose money on that car in the form of depreciation. Tesla is actually in a bit of a unique situation due to a number of different factors. Factors that I would argue if you were a Tesla buyer from a few years ago, you could have never predicted that any of this would have happened. Things like Elon Musk and Tesla dropping prices to stroke demand, a slew of bad press for Tesla on the part of Elon Musk, increased competition in the EV space, and yes, of course, the natural depreciation of the car. But due to all of these factors, Teslas are depreciating at a much more significantly rapid rate compared to normal everyday cars, which means that Tesla owners specifically are in a uniquely bad situation. And maybe it goes without saying, or maybe it doesn't, but I actually do feel bad for Tesla owners who purchased a Tesla vehicle a number of years ago thinking that it was a fine financial decision, only to be buried in a vehicle that is now completely underwater. But there is one specific category of Tesla owners that I do not feel bad for, and that is the Cybertruck owners. Because whenever it comes to the Cybertruck owners are getting slaughtered in depreciation. Cybertrucks went on sale 2 years ago, and the reason why this is important is twofold. One, Tesla is now accepting trade-ins, something that Tesla previously was not accepting for the Cybertruck, and just due to the fact that it's been 2 years since they've been released, and so naturally people are going to be looking to either sell or trade in their car after a set period of time. And so as time has kind of gone on, more and more people are looking for this option for their Cybertruck, and thus we have more data. Not just for Tesla trade-ins, but also just for people selling their Cybertruck. And so as time has gone on, more and more people have been looking to sell their Cybertruck, and we've been getting more data on how these cars have fared on the open market. And boy, this did not look good. The Cybertruck was originally advertised to be priced at around $60,000. However, when the Cybertruck first rolled out of the Tesla factory, it was a Cyber Beast that hit roads first, which started at just under $100,000. But there was a lot of people who were paying a lot more for these vehicles. But today, it's a very different story. There are about 47 used Tesla Cybertrucks on Cars.com, and the current state of depreciation may be deceiving by looking at Cars.com because there are plenty of models priced fairly close to their original price point, if not higher. Like this one is being sold for $109,000, this blue rock one is being sold for $99,000, or this one being sold for just under $97,000. So whenever you look at Cars.com, you could actually be thinking that these cars are selling for pretty damn close to how they were selling a couple of years ago, and that these Tesla owners actually didn't lose that much from MSRP prices that they paid, or in some cases, even above. But whenever you dig deeper, you can see very clearly that it actually isn't demand that's driving near MSRP prices, it's delusion. Because many of these Cybertrucks have been sitting on dealership lots for between 90 and 150 days, with some being listed for over 200 days, going unsold. So sure, people who are selling their cars on Cars.com may be pricing their cars at a premium price point, but the reality is they aren't selling at these premium prices and they're sitting on dealership lots for an extended period of time. But it gets worse. Because now that Tesla is offering trade-ins for Cybertrucks, people are going to Tesla directly to see what they'll value their trade-in at, and many Tesla owners are being blown away by just how little Tesla is offering them for trade-in values for their Cybertruck. And by blown away, it's not the good news.
نجمعكم كالمعتاد على نفس الساعة في بعض الأخبار التي تذكر حضراتكم بأهم آخر التطورات الجارية في هذا المجال. رئيس الوزراء الإسرائيلي بنيامين نتنياهو يقول إن إسرائيل لن تتوجه باعتبارها إلى تحقيق أهدافها في إيران، والتي تتمثل في إزالة تهديدات الصواريخ البالستية الإيرانية والبرنامج النووي الإيراني. أما علي الشمخاني مستشار المرشد الإيراني فيقول إن هناك مفاجآت مستمرة ردا على قصف الولايات المتحدة لمواقع نووية إيرانية، مشيرا إلى أن القواعد الأمريكية والمستخدمة لإيران أهدافا مشروعة الحرس الإيراني يقول إن أحدث هجوم على إسرائيل ثبت فيه والقائد العام للحرس الدولي الإيراني محمد باقر يقول إن عمليات القوات الجوية الإيرانية
Is it on the TV camera or the TV? There's a phone sitting there.
Oh, okay, right. You cut my head.
Yeah.
I found the channel, but I don't know if it's because it looked like it's about to rain or whatever. It keeps pausing and shit. Like if it kept playing, it's perfect. I felt like I could take the tripod and stick the little webcam on it and just have it pointing at the TV. Even like you from the other side of the world, and under it, like, earth, you know, I be like, I'm trying to make a fucking money. Help me out with these credit card bills, and I take the channel there. You about to go to sleep, huh? What the fuck? You're in a perfect position. What are you talking about? Oh.
روسيا في كلمة كانت هي الأقوى حسب الكثير من المتابعين، وأوضح أن الضربات الأمريكية والإسرائيلية ضد إيران تمثل ازدراءً كاملاً للمجتمع الدولي، وأن واشنطن لا تبالي بالتداعيات الإشعاعية الخطيرة التي قد تترتب على هجماتها في إيران. وقالت ممثلة الولايات المتحدة في تنمية منشآت إيران بأن للتقويض قدراتها النووية، وحذرت من أن أي هجوم إيراني مباشر أو غير مباشر على المصالح الأمريكية أو القواعد الأمريكية أو حتى المواطنين الأمريكيين ستقابل برد مباشر على حد قولها. مندوب باكستان نادى بالهجمة الأمريكية وطلب مجلس الأمن الدولي برفضها باعتباره خلافا للقانون الدولي، وطالب برفض الأعمال القتالية بشكل فوري واللجوء إلى الحوار والدبلوماسية والموافقة على مشروع القرار الداعي لوقف إطلاق النار بدون شروط، فضلا عن ضرورة اللجوء للحوار. مندوب الجزائر أيضا كان من بين المتحدثين في هذه الجلسة مجلس الأمن الدولي، حيث دعا إلى وقف إطلاق النار بشكل فوري والعودة إلى طاولة المفاوضات، وشدد على أن الحلول العسكرية لم تنجح قط في إزالة التحديات التي يشهدها الشرق الأوسط. وعندما جاءت كلمة مندوب إيراني فكانت كلمته حافلة بالكثير من النقاط التي انتقد فيها الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وأيضا إسرائيل. فقد وصفت الهجمات الإسرائيلية والأمريكية على إيران بأنها همجية، وما حدث يمثل وصمة ترقق تاريخ الأمم المتحدة، وأيضا عن تقدير بلاده للأعضاء الذين اختاروا الوقوف إلى الجانب الصحيح من التاريخ وأدانوا العدوان الأمريكي. هذا وقد عقد مجلس الأمن الدولي الليلة اجتماعا طارئا لبحث القرارات الأمريكية على إيران، وهو الاجتماع الثالث في المجلس منذ بداية الحرب بين إيران وإسرائيل في 12 شهر يونيو الحالي. وقد اقترحت روسيا والصين وباكستان أن يعتمد المجلس قرارا يدعو إلى وقف القوميين وغير مشروط بإطلاق النار في منطقة الشرق الأوسط. وقال الدبلوماسيون من الدول الثلاثة وزعت مسودة القرار، وطلبت من الدول الأعضاء إبداء رأيها بحلول مساء الاثنين. وهنا ترجح تعترض الولايات المتحدة على مشروع القرار الذي اطلعت عليه وكالة رويترز، حيث يندد مشروع القرار بالهجمات على المواقع والمنشآت النووية في إيران.
Assessment you've done, yes, it's. There's no hindering factor any longer. You can now get a 9-passenger.
I apologize to our record label for being correct. So if you guys don't know about it, Cardi B was going to go on live to expose her record label. She tweeted and said, "I'm going live about Renegade 3. Someone responded and said, "Oh dear, what happened to OMG?" Cardi B responded and said, "I'm being tried by these new people and I'm not doing nothing no more." So whenever Cardi B did go live, it wasn't to expose it, honey. She was basically saying that Atlantic wanted her to drop the song outside because everyone is loving this snippet that got leaked and they felt like she should drop it and she didn't want to.
Another thing.
former Caltrans.
Have you been answering questions about whether you are moving closer, or you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities? Where's your mindset on that?
Can't say that, right? You don't seriously think I'm gonna answer that question? Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component at what time exactly, sir? Sir, will you strike it? Will you please inform us so we can be there and watch?
Okay, so the Supreme Leader of the United put out a video message to his people, and he pretty much was like, hey, for those of y'all who know how Iran get down for real, we just want to 100% confirm that if America tries to bring Iraqi folks here to come on, they will fight.
I can look up, so what? I think one of the bonus is things that comes is the return of the president, and they see that as just giving money, so they can this money can spend this money on mortgage and on bonus they will then friends and just say $2,000 whatever it is. Right. I'm never going to do this. Look, I'm really crossing. That's what I'm now, what's up with it is paying someone's education. It's paying someone's college tuition. It's paying for someone's stuff. But I go to a restaurant and eat out. I'm paying for somebody's college. I'm paying for somebody's college. The US has attacked 3 nuclear sites in Iran in what President Trump has described a spectacular military success. 3 sites were targeted, 2 using the world's most powerful non-nuclear bomb. Iran says the strikes are a grave violation of international law and will have everlasting consequences. The US Security Council is currently holding an emergency meeting to discuss the strikes. The operation was codenamed Midnight Hammer and involved more than 125 aircraft. At 2:10 a.m. local time, the US dropped the first bunker buster bomb in Fordo, a uranium enrichment site hidden in a remote mountainside vital to Iran's nuclear ambitions. The US then hit 2 other nuclear sites, Nance, another uranium enrichment facility, and Isfahan, a significant research base understood to store much of Iran's enriched uranium. Isfahan was struck with Tomahawk missiles launched from an American submarine rather than B-2 stealth bombs. In retaliation, Iran launched multiple missiles towards Israel, triggering countrywide air raid silence. Israel has continued to strike targets across Iran. Earlier today, it struck what it claims are missile storage facilities in Yazd. Iran claims 9 military personnel were killed in the strikes. This morning, Iran's president attended protests in Tehran as thousands of Iranians gathered to protest the American strikes. The crowds chanted death to Israel and called for retaliation against the United States. Later today, Iran's foreign minister will speak to Russia's President Vladimir Putin. This morning, the Iranian parliament voted to close the Strait of Hormuz. The vote is not binding, as the final decision rests with Iran's National Security Council. But it could have dire consequences for the global economy, as 1/5 of the world's oil is transported through the strait. We attacked in the dead of night. These pictures from Isfahan capture the sight and sound of the US assault on Iranian nuclear sites. It was the biggest decision of Donald Trump's presidency so far, and his biggest gamble. They called it Operation Midnight Hammer, as seen in the Situation Room. This was how it looked on Saturday night. This was how it sounded on Sunday morning in a Pentagon briefing.
It was an incredible and overwhelming success. The order we received from our commander-in-chief was focused, it was powerful, and it was clear. We devastated the Iranian nuclear program.
New details reveal a U.S. ascension plan that had sent B-2 bombers flying west as decoys, while the B-2s involved flew east towards Iran, with bunker buster bombs primed and ready. As the president made a Saturday night return to the White House, 7 B-2 bombers had Iranian nuclear facilities in their sight. They included Fordo. It's believed to be Iran's main nuclear enrichment site, deep underneath the mountain. MOP bombs, massive ordnance penetrators, were deployed here. Other locations were hit at Naran's and Isfahan.
And it just came up on the device.
Where they?
Tomorrow, 100 degrees. Shit. Don't need an umbrella.
Just came up hot, jury curl over
Beyond jury, bro. This will be jury. Oh, girl.
All three sites sustained extremely severe damage and destruction. More than 125 U.S. aircraft participated in this mission, including B-2 stealth bombers, multiple flights of fourth and fifth generation fighters, dozens and dozens of air refueling tankers, a guided missile submarine, and a full array of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft.
After the strike, the Americans said this was about peace and ending Iran's ambitions to build a nuclear bomb. Nothing more.
Our view has been very clear that we don't want a regime change. We do not want to protract this or build this out anymore because it's already been built out. We want to get their nuclear program, and then we want to talk to the Iranians about a long-term settlement here.
While the Trump administration urged Iran back to the negotiating table, Iran's foreign minister said the door of diplomacy had closed.
Bottom line, getting a lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences and far-reaching implications of its act of aggression.
After the American attack, strikes continued in Iran through Sunday, conducted by Israel. Its prime minister, emboldened by a U.S. ally, joining the fight.
His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace.
This is a conflict with many moving parts, moving civilians to fear for the future.
I have a policy of telling the truth about whether contamination as a result of the strike. The task is not to allow this region to turn into another Chernobyl. I think the war is going to expand, and the people here in Iran said it's going to end. I think the government may close the Strait of Hormuz.
Attacking Iran is an intervention by an American president with unpredictable consequences. The U.S. says it's in touch with Tehran, privately and publicly, giving it every opportunity to come to the table for talks and for peace. If this momentous decision has been criticized internationally, it has been domestically too. Many in the MAGA movement, which put Donald Trump in power, are unhappy at his engagement in a foreign conflict. Many in Congress are unhappy that he didn't inform them first. A world that waited for America to strike now waits for Iran to strike back. The United States has spoken of an attack of precision and certainty. Neither applies to what comes.
Special report. Here's Holly Jackson.
Good morning. We are coming on the air this morning with an update from the Pentagon on the U.S. strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear sites ordered by President Trump on Saturday. It's been just about 12 hours now since those strikes were completed, with the president calling them a complete success and saying those nuclear facilities were completely and fully obliterated. Iran did launch retaliatory strikes against Israel overnight. That's one of the latest developments here with President Trump warning online that any attacks against the U.S. will be met with an even larger response than what we saw in Iran last night. This morning, we are taking you to the Pentagon. We expect to hear from the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Air Force General Dan Kane. They will be updating on the strikes. We're going to take you now to the Pentagon for a quick look. You can see those podiums there. I want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Garrett Kane, who is joining us now. Garrett, we're just now getting some more information, at least a little bit, about the operation, which the administration is calling Operation Midnight Hammer against Iran.
That's right, Natalie. The administration is laying out some of the outlines of how they conducted this operation, which they describe as one of the largest combat operations of the B-2 stealth bomber ever. They say that this equipment was used overnight with multiple stealth bombers flying to hit Fordo and Natanz, also submarines off the coast of Iran used to hit some of these other nuclear sites. And then the B-2 bombers, but anyone who was on the internet yesterday hearing about them traveling across the Pacific, were used as a decoy. So the more we learn about exactly how this operation took place, the more questions we're raising about when it was ordered. The president, just like Friday, suggested that Iran still had perhaps just 2 weeks to make a decision, and what ultimately led the president to make the decision to close the negotiating door. We're looking at this morning.
Last night, at President Trump's orders, U.S. Central Command conducted a precision strike in the middle of the night against 3 nuclear facilities in Iran, Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan, in order to destroy or severely degrade Iran's nuclear program. And as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs will demonstrate, it was an incredible and overwhelming success. The order we received from our commander-in-chief was focused, it was powerful, and it was clear. We devastated the Iranian nuclear program. It's worth noting the operation did not target Iranian troops or the Iranian people. But for the entirety of his time in office, President Trump has consistently stated for over 10 years that Iran must not get a nuclear weapon.
Is this live?
Full stop.
YouTube, yesterday on the Pokemon shit. But I thought I had a Gibson channel on it that said they were playing some stuff.
The final blow of Iran's nuclear program. And none could until President Trump. The operation President Trump planned was bold and was brilliant, showing the world that American deterrence is back. When this president speaks, the world should listen. And the U.S. military, the most powerful military the world has ever known. No other country on planet Earth could have conducted the operation that the chairman is going to outline this morning. Not even close. Just like Soleimani found out in the first term, Iran found out when POTUS says 60 days that he seeks peace and negotiation, he means 60 days of peace and negotiation. Otherwise, that nuclear program, that nuclear capability will not exist. We meant it. This is not the previous administration. President Trump said, no nukes. He seeks peace, and Iran should take that path. Sent out a truth last night saying this: any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. Signed, the President of the United States. Smart to heed those words. He said it before, and he means it. I want to give recognition to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Joint Staff, General Eric Kurilla at CENTCOM, who did a phenomenal job. He policy across the board. This was a joint effort across the Pentagon effort. I want to recognize the pilots who flew those bombers, who flew those fighters, who flew those warriors. I want to recognize the sailors on those destroyers, in those subs, on those carriers, warriors, all of them. I want to recognize our soldiers.
Alexa,
Air defense, base
the timer for 30 minutes.
warriors, all of them. Every American involved.
Alexa, set a timer for 30 minutes.
Second timer, 30 minutes, starting now.
Israel as well.
Alexa,
This is a plan that
cancel 30-minute timer.
weeks of positioning
You have two 30-minute timers on this device. A 30-minute timer with about 29 minutes and 49 seconds left, and a 30-minute timer with about 29 minutes and 54 seconds left. Which one do you want to cancel?
the highest
The second one.
operational security.
30-minute timer canceled.
Went in and out downtown Tehran, not Tehran, excuse me, these nuclear sites, in and out and back without the world knowing at all. And that way it was historic. A strike that included the longest B-2 Spirit bomber mission since 2001 and the first operational deployment of the bomber. A massive ordnance penetrator. The mission demonstrated to the world the level of joint and allied integration and the strength of our alliance and regulatory forces. As President Trump has stated, the United States does not seek war, but let me be clear, we will act swiftly and decisively when our people, our partners, or our interests are threatened. Iran should listen to the President of the United States and know that he means every word. Congratulations to our Commander-in-Chief. It was an honor to watch him lead last night and throughout, and to our brave American warriors on this successful operation. God bless our troops. God bless America. And we give glory to God for his providence, and we continue to ask for his protection. I turn it over now to Chairman, of course, Pacific.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thanks for recognizing all of our folks out there doing our nation's work, and nice to see everybody on this early Sunday morning. Last night on the President's orders, U.S. Central Command, under the command of General Eric Kurilla, executed Operation Midnight Hammer, a deliberate and precise strike against 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. This was a complex and high-risk mission carried out with exceptional skill and discipline by our joint force. I want to thank every service member, planner, who made this mission possible. Their actions reflect the highest standards of the United States Armed Forces. This operation was designed to severely degrade Iran's nuclear weapons infrastructure. It was planned and executed across multiple domains and theaters with coordination that reflects our ability to project power globally with speed and precision at the time and place of our nation's choosing. This was a highly classified mission with very few people in Washington knowing the timing or nature of this plan. I'll refer you to the graphic on the side as I walk you through some of the operations. At midnight Friday into Saturday morning, a large B-2 strike package comprised of bombers launched from the continental United States. As part of a plan to maintain tactical surprise, part of the package proceeded to the west and into the Pacific as a decoy. A deception effort known only to an extremely small number of planners and key leaders here in Washington and in Tampa. The main strike package comprised of 7 B-2 Spirit bombers, each with 2 crew members, proceeded quietly to the east with minimal communications. Throughout the 18-hour flight into the target area, the aircraft completed multiple in-flight refuelings. Once over land, the B-2 ended up with escort and support aircraft in a complex, tightly timed maneuver requiring exact synchronization across multiple platforms in a narrow piece of airspace, all done with minimal communications. This type of integration is exactly what our joint force does better than anyone else in the world. At approximately 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time last night, and just prior to the strike package entering on, a U.S. submarine in the Central Command Area of Responsibility launched more than 24 Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles against key surface infrastructure targets at Isfahan. As the Operation Midnight Hammer strike package entered Iranian airspace, the U.S. employed several deception tactics, including decoys, as the fourth and fifth generation aircraft pushed out in front of the strike package at high altitude and high speed, sweeping in front of the package for enemy fighters and surface-to-air missile threats. The strike package was supported by U.S. Strategic Command, U.S. Transportation Command, U.S. Cyber Command, U.S. Space Command, U.S. Space Force, and U.S. European Command. As the strike package approached Fordo and Natanz, the U.S. protection package employed high-speed suppression weapons to ensure safe passage of the strike package, with fighter assets employing preemptive suppressing fires against any potential Iranian surface-to-air threats. We are currently unaware of any shots fired at the U.S. strike package on the way. At approximately 6:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2:10 a.m. Iran time, Khalid V-2 drops two GBU-57 massive coordinates penetrator weapons on the first of several aim points at Fordo. As the president stated last night, the remaining bombers then hit their targets as well, with a total of 14 bombs dropped against two nuclear target areas. All three Iranian nuclear infrastructure targets were struck between 6:40 p.m. and 7:05 p.m. Eastern time. Again, that's about 2:10 in the morning local time in Iran, with the Tomahawk missiles being the last to strike at Isfahan to ensure we retain the element of surprise throughout the operation. Following weapons release, the Midnight Hammer strike package exited Iranian airspace and the package began its return home. We are unaware of any shots fired at the package on the way out. Iran's fighters did not fly, and it appears that Iran's surface-to-air missile systems did not see us. Throughout the mission, we retained the element of surprise. In total, we deployed approximately 75 precision-guided weapons during this operation. This included, as the president stated last night, 14 30,000-pound GBU-57 massive coordinates penetrators, marking the first ever operational use of this weapon. I know that battle damage is of great interest. Final battle damage will take some time, but initial battle damage assessments indicate that all three sites sustained extremely severe damage and destruction. More than 125 U.S. aircraft participated in this mission, including B-2 stealth bombers, multiple flights of generation fighters, dozens and dozens of air-refueling tankers, a guided missile submarine, and a full array of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft, as well as hundreds of maintenance and operational professionals. As the Secretary said, this was the largest B-2 operational strike in U.S. history and the second longest B-2 mission ever flown, exceeded only by those in the days following 9/11. across the region, especially in Iraq, Syria, and the Gulf. Our forces remain on high alert and are fully postured to respond to any Iranian retaliation or proxy attacks, which would be an incredibly poor choice. We will defend ourselves. The safety of our service members and civilians remains our highest priority. This mission demonstrates the unmatched reach, coordination, and capability of the United States military. In just a matter of weeks, this went from strategic planning to global execution. This operation underscores the unmatched capabilities and global reach of the United States military. As the president clearly said last night, no other military in the world could have done this. I join the president and the secretary being incredibly proud of the air crews, naval forces, cyber operators, planners, and support teams, and commanders who made this mission possible. It is their skill, discipline, and teamwork that makes this operation possible. I am particularly proud of our discipline related to operational security, something that was of great concern to the president, the secretary, General Kurilla, and me, and we will continue to focus on this. As we stand here this morning, many assets are still airborne, and we have hundreds deployed. I ask that we keep our warfighters on their way home and our deployed service member in our thoughts. Our joint force remains ready to defend the United States, our troops, and our interests in the region. Thank you very much.
We'll continue. Questions?
So, is regime change off the table, Secretary, and the chairman, said about that, it's still ongoing, but do you think that some
This has not been about regime change. The president authorized a precision operation to neutralize the threats to our national interests posed by the Iranian nuclear program and the collective self-defense of our troops and our allies.
Thanks for your question. I think DEA is still pending, and it would be way too early for me to comment on what they so the next question.
Great. No, behind you.
Secretary, can you tell me, was there a particular moment when the president decided to pull the trigger on this operation? Or is it now, rather than being something in the holster, now we're going to pull the trigger?
I would just say, having the opportunity to witness his leadership, he was fully committed to this process. Wanted a negotiated outcome, gave Iran every single opportunity, and unfortunately was met by stonewalling, which is why he gave them plenty of time to continue to come to the table, give up the nuclear program. But there was there was certainly a moment in time when we realized that it had to be a certain action taken in order to minimize the threat to us and our troops. Yeah.
But General, are you saying that the General Kurilla personal protection, Iraq, Syria, and Gulf of those areas, would they give it any chance more than the exact opportunity? And also, because Mr. Secretary, what was the threshold when you were notified of lawful people in that situation?
Sir, to your first question, the risk has clearly been rising over the last few weeks in the region. Based on that, and not a particular awareness of this operation, we've made smart decisions to minimize the risk to U.S. forces in the region. Military sure.
They were notified after the planes were safely out, but we complied with the notification requirements that was after. They were immediately thereafter. Yes.
Always saying that these biggest threat. I'm saying what's very important. What will be your next step in Iran or militias under Iranian influence in the region and the U.S. interests for ours
assessment is ongoing, but our initial assessment, as the chairman said, is that all of our precision munitions struck where we wanted them to strike and had the desired effect, which means especially in Fordo, which was the primary target here, we believe we achieved destruction of capabilities there. Ultimately, wherever it may be, whether it's in Iraq or Syria or races in the Gulf, as the president said, or excuse me, as the chairman said, it would be a very bad idea for Iran or its proxies to attempt to attack American forces.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Regarding retaliation, Iran and North Korea are cooperating on nuclear and missile development. Do you think there is a possibility that Iran, North Korea, and other forces, such as China, will join forces to retaliate against the United States?
Well, unfortunately, because of the policies under the previous administration, we drove those countries together, and ultimately that creates a challenging environment. For this particular operation, the focus is on Iran and Iranian nuclear capabilities. That's our focus here. It's not just say that they can't have, but President Trump has said for over 20 years, frankly, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And ultimately, he decided this is the moment, given their stonewall, when direct military action had to be taken to prevent that from happening. Yes.
Thank you very much. General King, I understand OPSEC has been done that. Can you say at all what security procedures are being taken to protect your troops in Iraq from those unreleased? And Secretary Hegseth, as a global volunteer veteran, what do you say to veterans who may be concerned the U.S. is getting into another open-ended war in the Middle East over weapons of mass destruction?
Thanks, sir, for the question. I won't comment on what force protection measures are being taken in the region. What I will say is we're being proactive and not reactive, and being very thoughtful about ensuring that we do all that we can to protect our forces.
I would just say, as the president has directed and made clear, this is most certainly not open-ended. It doesn't mean it limits our ability to respond. We will respond if necessary. The most powerful military in the world is postured and prepared to defend our people. But what the president gave us, as I said, is a focused, powerful, and clear mission on destruction of Iranian nuclear capabilities. Those are the targets. That's what was struck. That was overwhelming. That's what was overwhelming. That's what the Iranian regime needs to understand. As the president put out last night, he wants peace. There needs to be a negotiated settlement here. We ultimately demonstrated that Iran cannot have a nuclear capability. That is a very clear mission set on this operation. Yes, hold on. Yes, right there.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Question for Secretary and the Chairman. How is this strike coordinated with these break-ins on a strategic level, militarily, not a tactical level? Is there any direct Israeli military participation in this operation?
Well, I'd say certainly Israel had incredible military success, especially at the beginning and ongoing, in degrading Iranian capabilities, degrading Iranian launchers, MRBMs. It's been incredible to watch what our ally Israel has been able to do. And they're certainly having conversations. And General Kurilla at CENTCOM has worked closely in the defense of Israel for many years. And part of this operation was the defense of Israel and the ongoing defense of Israel. But as it pertains to this strike, the U.S. operating U.S. strike.
We took advantage of some of the preparatory work that's been done over the past week and a half in terms of.
Hold on, my dick out.
Which I won't get into particulars, but as the Secretary said, it was a U.S. strike.
What you moving for? Come on, Pete. Let me see. Throw them legs behind the head and pee. Throw them legs behind the head and pee. Feel like I'm about to doze. I'm on the edge. Shit, I've been filming so much lately. I don't think I'm gonna film it though. I don't want them to get too bored, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even though it's shit, I'm doing my snoring and shit. Some people like the snoring, but you know, the little freaky. They'll be like, I see you sleeping, Daddy. Where's the dick? Where's the hot dog? Pokemon Blue. You been on TikTok today?
Huh?
Have you been on TikTok today?
Earlier.
You put a video out?
Early this morning I did.
Modulate as needed for structure in the.
What communications are being sent to the Iranians right now? Is there any possibility of diplomacy now or in the coming days?
I can only confirm that there are both public and private messages being directly delivered to the Iranians in multiple channels, giving them every opportunity to come to the table. They understand precisely what the American position is, precisely what steps they can take to allow for peace, and we will do so. Yes.
The president may not want to know an ended conflict. Iranians may disagree, trying to prepare for a protracted war.
Well, anything happened in conflict, we acknowledge that, but the scope of this was intentionally limited. That's the message that we're sending. With the capabilities of the American military, nearly unlimited. So Iran, in that sense, has a choice. But we've made it very clear to them, this is nuclear sites, this is nuclear capabilities, this is the line that the president set. And we set that back. Now is the time to come forward for base belief. And I think one of the takeaways from this as well is the unprecedented level of ongoing cooperation. I can't speak highly enough of the chairman and his staff and General Kurilla in CENTCOM, what they've done to look around the corner, to pre-position, to understand how an operation like this comes together. The scope and scale of what occurred last night would take the breath away of almost any American if you had an opportunity to watch it in real time. And I think Tehran is certainly calculating the reality that planes flew from the middle of America and Missouri overnight, completely undetected over three of their most highly sensitive sites, and we were able to destroy nuclear capabilities. And our boys in those bombers are on their way home right now. We believe that will have a clear psychological impact on how they view the future. And we certainly hope they take the path of the ocean of peace. But I could not be more proud of how this building operated, of the precision, the sensitivity, and the professionalism of the troops involved in this effort. I will take one more question. Yes, right there.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Concerning the justification for these strikes, in March, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released their threat assessment, concluding, quote, Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Khomeini has not authorized the nuclear programs he suspended in 2003, unquote. So what new intelligence does the U.S. have since then that the Iranians have changed their position on nuclear weapons? And does this new intelligence come from U.S. sources and methods, or are we getting this information from other countries?
Well, I was just going to say that the president's made it very clear. He's looked at all of this, all of the intelligence, all of the information, and come to the conclusion that the Iranian nuclear program is a threat, and was willing to take this precision operation to neutralize that threat in order to advance American national interests and reduce the Iranian nuclear program. And obviously collective self-defense of ourselves and our allies. So he looked at all of it, understood the nature of the threat, and took bold action I think the American people would expect in the command in chief. That's all we've got. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
You were listening there to the Defense Secretary and the Chiefs of Staff briefing reporters and briefing the American public on the consequential strike, the airstrike on 3 Iranian computer sites. The president's on order. It was carried out just about now 12 hours ago. We heard some of the details there from Secretary Pete.
forces against a more powerful foe. The battlefield is filled with corpses of soldiers. The only ones left standing are beautiful blonde women. The hero in the silver-haired man. We see a vortex going out in the black sky. Slowly, the veil hand of sharp falls and peers out. Iris and the hero await the creatures from appearance as they are anticipating their deaths. Out of the forest, with a cloaked figure with an unseen face, 6 arms, and a beautiful eye, and out of the book finds conception. Even in the human's hopeless type of creature on the outside, the hero pulls out her sword, gets a slash, and leaves the creature explode. As the smoke clears, it's obvious that the outsider did not receive it. Here's the hero to do it. Iris ready to attack distracting the monster before it gets the hero. The unleashing the energy blast with all his power. This manages to turn the outsider into ashes. The new feels relieved that they finally have their victory. The relief feels premature as they witness multiple vortexes moving out of the sky in succession. Each vortex unleashes a giant monster with different features. In front of the two appear countless monsters that outline their vision. Iris resigns himself to the fact that this will be their last battle together. He proposes that they make their last stand count. The hero tells them that there are some options left. Magic and surround with how people perform. She explains that it is the copper that is the soul elsewhere in time and space. She elaborates that she was diagnosed with God reincarnated using Iris' support. God is a reincarnation and her skill to reincarnate again. She says that she would give the gift to do this step. Iris touches the golden light and feels that it is a counterfeit humanity he's ever felt. Here reviews that the outsiders appeared 3 years ago. Those of you that didn't ask to produce each other happens. She tells the demon that she tries to send her to a time before the outsiders appear. Her plan is for him to eliminate the outsiders before many of their companions die. Iris objects and asks why she is sacrificing herself. She used the reincarnation spell on her son. The hero admits that she values his life more than hers. Iris remembers that first evening, the hero charged into his castle. He was ready to face him and ready for her sword. Instead of fighting, the two ended up talking to their confidence. Eventually, the humans and the demons celebrated these peaceful days. Everyone's happy. The hero and Icarus were close friends. They remembered forbidden nights talking and realized he was in love with the hero and first son. After the present, Valentine and Icarus cast her reincarnation spell and said that I will learn to act. She looks upon the monsters surrounding her and sees that this will not be a problem for her. She smiles as she says that she is about to make her grand exit as the hero. Icarus tries to stop her, but he can't get out of the golden barrier valve again. God tells him that since this is the end, she wants to admit something. She continues to
Alexa,
that she did not
do you have a timer?
She smiles.
You have 2 minutes and 10 seconds left on the 30-minute timer.
She charges at the monster. She sees that the monster strict and terror as he sees the many loves gone. Here's as the bullets but itself is a young man. Practices his sword slashing with his sword. The guard disturbs his practice as he approaches with the plate and the man spits on the plate. He then gives the plate to the disgusting boy and tells him that he added a special spice to it. The guard laughs at his fate and the slave because his mother poisoned his father. The boy shouts at the guard that his mother is innocent and that she was framed by a jealous man. The guard is conscious of the head. The young man falls to the floor. He's bleeding from his skull. The guard tells him that saying that a noble woman is a vixen is contempt for nobility and stomps at a kid over and over. The boy remembers the sad memory of his conquered-born mother being wrongfully accused and arrested for a crime. Even without evidence, the woman was executed for the crime of killing a noble. The guard grabs the boy by his hair and tells him that he should understand his place by now. He then lets go and says that he's only stopping himself from taking it on further because he wants to punish tomorrow. He advises the boy to consider his match with a noble for honor. The boy tells him that he will end his father's order to life. The guard laughs at his boast of himself. He tells him that an untrained man will have no chance to win with a sword. The boy replies that the sword is still a sword and can still pierce through his flesh. The guard laughs as he leaves and leaves him with his whole dreams. The boy reaches for his sword on the floor. He grips the handle and feels it. He sees that his hands are filled with rashes and blisters. Despite this, he grips the handle of conviction. He trains his slashes, knowing that he has a chance for freedom. He slashes over and over again using the handle of the weapon. The next day, the boy enters the ring of his opponent. He's a modern boy who sees just as young as he is, gasping that no one is about to fight. boys are asking the same question, returning to the slave because he has a father as well. Tell the slave that he feels lucky to have the opportunity to take back someone who has worked for him for his living match. The slave boy shames him for trying to earn an unfair victory. Gaston tells him to stop and since his birth is always determined everything beautiful.
Alexa, in time.
Making the slave boy grit his teeth. Gaston calls his father at the special balcony seat among the crowd and asks that he witnesses him in court. The father looks at his boy with a mischievous smile. The referee asks Gaston first if they can begin before they do. He warns the competitors that magic is not allowed. Both agree to the conditions. Gaston grabs the slave boy by the shoulder as he confirms and whispers to him that if he can find the ghost of him fire magic in him, the slave boy agrees with his hypocrisy. He's already a 12-year martyr. He'll finally come home with none. The referee raises both sides and shouts for the match to begin. The crowd of nobles goes wild as both combatants are ready to draw their swords. Gaston rushes at the slave boy with an intent to kill him. He strikes over and over, but the boy can only use his sword to block. Gaston laughs about how he can't do anything else. The slave boy's face is already filled with slash marks as he struggles to keep his attacks at bay. He can tell that an untrained person like him has no chance against someone who has formal training. He drops his weapon and asks Gaston to stop. Gaston looks confused at what he is doing. The slave boy tells him that he understands that he can't win and surrenders. Gaston laughs at how pathetic he is. He does not accept his surrender and says this match is to the death. The slave boy realizes that he is at death's door. He runs away from his opponent as fast as he can. This enrages Gaston, who thinks he is disrespecting his debut battle. He yells at him to stop and says he will kill him for his glory. The slave boy suddenly stops and faces him with a brave look. Gaston is confused. He attacks the slave boy, but with careless swordsmanship, something the boy counted on the moment. He intentionally confused him by fleeing. The slave boy dodges each of his attacks with ease now. He then counters by going for Gaston's face. Gaston smiles and summons barrier magic. The spell breaks the slave boy's sword into two. It is revealed that the barrier is a phantom shield that dwarfs Gaston's height and width and stands in the way of the slave boy's sword strike. The slave boy reminds the referee that magic is forbidden, but the official tells him that he did not see it because of dust in his eyes. The angered slave boy tells everyone that they are rotten. Just before he finishes his rant, Gaston tries to strike him, causing the slave boy to drop what's left of his sword. He intends to attack him more despite the opponent now being unarmed. Gaston readies his finishing blow. He then stabs the slave boy in the chest. The crowd goes wild as the boy lies helpless on the floor. The referee announces Gaston as the winner. The slave boy's eyes are still open and are filled with dropping tears. Slowly his eyes close and his consciousness fades. His eyes suddenly open back, but they are the red and sharp eyes of the demon king. Meanwhile, Gaston is busy asking his father from his balcony seat if he has seen his glorious victory. He gets confused as he sees his father looking at what is behind him with shock. Gaston senses an aura of danger behind him. He looks to see that the slave boy stands tall. He asks him how he is still standing after he has pierced his heart. He loses his confident personality and is left in a cold sweat. The slave boy dashes toward his opponent without a sword. He jumps high with the intent to drop at Gaston. Gaston frantically calls for his magic barrier. He tells the falling boy that he is a fool if he thinks he can break the shield but did not have a chance before with the sword. The slave boy's kick pierces through the shield, and he manages to kick him in his chest. The air gets sucked out of Gaston. The noble boy's body gets thrown and skipped until he crashes into the wall. The boy's father is speechless and shocked, as well as the rest of the crowd. Demon King complains about waking up to encounter terrible nobles. He declares that his new name is Mellow, and that he is the Demon King. Later that night, Gaston's father went to the arena manager to yell at him for failing to promise to have his son battle someone he could never lose to. The monocle-wearing manager smiles and speaks professionally as he tells the agitated parent that they cannot overturn the results. The father slams his desk as he demands a refund. The manager shows him the contract and reminds him that he signed it. The father grates his teeth, unable to say more. The manager grabs him by the collar and threatens to file a case with the royal court to stop him from complaining further. He lets go of his neck as the manager switches to this professional attitude and tells him that he is still willing to fix things. He says that he will use the prestige of the arena to show the slave boy help. He tells his assistant to tell the noble what he needs. His young slave assistant tells the father that the slave boy's next opponent is known as Haynes the Headsman. The noble is glad to hear that he will be facing someone known for his mercilessness and ferociousness. The manager promises the slave's brutal demise. He asks if this satisfies the noble. The The noble laughs hard and voices his excitement for the match. He adds that the manager makes the catch as flashy as possible as he leaves the office. The assistant asks his boss why he is doing so much to placate a noble. The manager reveals that all he said was just a facade, and that the Evans family ordered the slave's termination. The assistant is shocked to hear that the prestigious family who descended from the divine warrior himself is involved. The manager knows that all of this is just a precaution from the Evans family, since they will never treat the slave boy as part of their own. The next day is another morning for the arena. From one side of the ring is Deans the headsman, and he wears half a mask to hide his disfigurement and hold the sight as a weapon. The manager is among the audience, smugly anticipating Deans' victory. Mello looks at him from above with disdain. Deans cackles at the thought of having his way with the slave boy. He threatens him that he will cut off and collect his head like many others. The boy remains calm as he reminds Deans that the match has already started. Before Deans can react, the slave boy's wooden sword is already inches away from Deans' face. Deans tries to block it with his hand, but it just ends up being hit. Both his hand and his mask break from the impact. He is sent flying with his facial disfigurement exposed for the arena to see. Deans falls incapacitated on the floor. The crowd and the manager are in shock to see a boy with a simple wooden sword take down the vicious killer. The crowd goes wild with cheers. Later backstage, Mello's slave boy is alone in deep thought, yet every other prisoner there is staring at him. They talk to each other about how the boy managed to have 8 consecutive wins after beating Haynes. They marvel at how he stuck to a non-lethal way of combat all throughout. Meanwhile, Mello is thinking about how his strength is still meager compared to his previous life. He ponders that it must be because of the boy's body. From the memory of the boy, he learns that his lineage holds the bloodline of the divine warrior. His plan now is to continue to rise as a slave gladiator and see what will happen. He looks around and sees that many of the slaves are staring at him with intense pressure. He smiles as he intends to use them as sparring partners to get his peak strength back. Meanwhile, the manager is frustrated by the slave boy's consecutive wins. He reviews how the Evans family has ordered him to make sure of the boy's death. He watches. He watches as not only the slave boy gets another victory, but also how the spectators have turned to his side. He fears what the Evans family will do if he can't take out the boy. His assistant assures him that he does not need to worry. Meanwhile, Mello is in the middle of the ring, and he realizes that he is surrounded by other slaves, all smiling at his demise. The assistant announces that they have arranged a special match between the slave boy and 10 opponents. Meanwhile, a messenger comes into the manager's area with urgent bad news. He announces that the head of the Wilson family wishes to speak with the manager. The manager ponders what this means. Meanwhile, the 10 men armed with weapons stare down at the slave boy. As Mello anticipates their first moves, he reviews that his vessel's name is Neo Habsburg, and that he came from the clan founded by the divine warrior. As he battles through his opponents, he reviews that the Evans family is the main branch family, but that there are also over 10 branches of families who are among the prestigious nobles. He says that despite the Habsburg family being part of the nobles, they are also known to be a family with no skilled swordsmen. He tells of a succession contest among the noble families to be the next Marcia God, and how the Habsburgs have no suitable candidates for it. One by one, Mello eliminates his opponents. He closes his eyes mid-battle and recalls Val's smiling face. One of the opponents dashes towards him to attack while his eyes are closed. Mello reopens his eyes and then strikes the sneaky opponent. Mello realizes that he needs the power and position of the divine warrior to defeat the outsiders. His last opponent falls. He plans to rise as a swordsman and be called upon to join the succession contest. A woman with pink hair approaches him and asks if his name is Mello. He praises him for his skill to outmatch 10 slave gladiators in battle. She asks a favor of him with the promise that she will restore his and his mother's honor. Mello smiles. A horse carriage is traveling in the woods. Inside are Mello and a pink-haired woman who wants to make a deal with him. She has explained so far that she belongs to the Wilson family, which also has a line with the warrior, alongside the Evans family and the Habsburg family. Her family is blessed only with girls, which means they are unable to produce a male candidate for the succession contest. She elaborates that they are in danger of being dismantled, which is why she wishes to adopt Mello into their fold. She proposes that he represent the Wilson house in the Divine Warrior Successor Selection Trial. The boy wants to make clear that the reward for his doing this is his mother's name. The girl makes clear that what she is asking is for him to stake his life. She elaborates that the Divine Warrior training is dangerous, with many fatal duels between the candidates. If he gets high results in the process, he will also be a target for assassination and poisoning. Mello reviews that her goal is to adopt a Wilson family, so he can be their male candidate for the trial to ensure the Wilson bloodline does not die down. He asks why she is currently all downside.
I know.
This is probably shit.
Lydia comes out to see what happened. She sees that a huge monster bear has slain their force and blocking their path. She sees that Olivia prepares for battle by going under Satan. She tells the others that she will handle these. Noah reminds her that they have the option to summon a nearby knight. She answers that there is no time for that and asks her attendant to escort Noah to his destination. Noah may tell her how he fear of the monster. She puts on brave sort of stand, but she cannot hide how much she is trembling. Noah passes her way and begins to hunt the monster. Olivia warns her that the beast is nothing like the swords he has encountered so far. She holds him by the collar and tells him not to act like a hero and risk his life. He looks at her and thinks that she is searching for the courage she is about to risk her life and let her go. He smiles and tells her that he likes her personality. He faces the bear again and tells her that he did not refuse. Yeah, of course he does. He thrusts his sword towards him. The straight sand the bear body attacks her. The bear destroys the head and the other way to her chest. Noah looks at her and is reminded of that. He promises her that he will always face the enemy before him head-on help her. They reach the castle wall for the suspicion trial with help. Olivia tells Noah that this is as far as he goes. Noah enters the establishment. He finds the area is for practicing your act. The other candidates see Noah walking by. They bond for a good slave. Everywhere he goes, he finds himself welcome. Just makes him excited that there are a lot of obstacles to overcome. Noah is looking around the facility, trying to find a door. Jasper becomes alert and stands from his chair. The slave boy is who has just defeated two trained men. He can't believe that he has overwhelmed two powerhouses with his here at hand. Mello challenges Jasper to come to the fight by asking him if he will show him their difference in class. Jasper admits to Mello that he has underestimated him. He voices his surprise that the Habsburg family was a lineage skilled in martial arts. Mello asks if he is going to fight him or not. Jasper says he does not think he will lose to him. However, he also tells him that he will let him go for today and leaves. As they walk, Jasper asks his lieutenant, Siege, if he knows why he backed out from the fight. He admits that it is because he knows too little about him. He also reveals that he knows of the slave boy's history arising from the slave arena and being praised as a capable swordsman. For now, he wants to take advantage of the fact that they are the only ones who know that Mello is also a first-class martial artist. He believes it might be crucial to know how to fight. Siege praises his master's quickly. Jasper smiles as he plans to keep an eye on Mello from now on. The next moment, Mello heads for the bamboo forest. The trial ceremony examiner is a bearded old man. He tells Mello that what he is about to go through is a ritual all newcomers go through. He orders Mello to follow the path he is pointing out. He explains that there is a stone monument of the first divine warrior, and that he needs to learn what is written on the one who is to be recognized as a qualified candidate. He warns Mello that the bamboo forest is a breeding ground for thunder tigers. Mello recognizes that thunder tigers are errant monsters. The old man elaborates that beasts attack in packs and have earned recognition as a disaster for most nations. The old man says he is testing his courage and that he will not encounter any beasts if he takes the right road. Mello casually walks along the path. The examiner complains that he entered without walking and wants him to follow the signs carefully. As he observes the young man walk further, the old man wonders if he is brave or reckless. Mello continues to walk without disturbance. He stops as he sees a sign telling him the direction of the monument. One of Jasper's men is above a bamboo tree as he observes. Mello follows the sign. He smiles at seeing the young man follow his fake sign. He says that he has done this since the slave humiliated him. He hopes that the tigers leave him alive. After a while of walking, a thunder tiger jumps toward Mello. The young man pulls out his sword and cuts the beast in two. He hears growls from the surroundings. He gets approached by more thunder tigers. They surround him from all angles. Mello warns them that he was once the Mello and that he will not ignore the challenge of any beast. The old examiner enters the path and sees the fake sign. He ponders that this must be the work of one of the candidates. The old man runs to find Mello. He then stops as he sees a pile of dead thunder tigers. He is shocked to see so many of them slain. Mello appears. The old man remembers the past when it was unfaithful to candidates putting on back of thunder tigers. He is glad to see that there are few here with Mello who can take them on. Mello tells the old man that he has confirmed the inscription on the monument and asks what his next step is. The examiner asks him what he desires with power. Mello looks above and answers that his goal is to reach the heavens. Lydia is in the best government facilities and she is hunting for answers to drink the tea on her own. Two women in the lodge to see Olivia gossip about no blood slave as a candidate for being a divine warrior. They laugh at how this is for doing so. Olivia approaches their table and spills her tea on one of them. Olivia tells them that they should not mock Mello. The woman she spills on gets angry and tells her that her slave will eventually fail. She declares to await the time her slave fails so that Olivia can get even more humiliated. She helps her up while her friend stops her from attacking. Olivia tells her that she is prepared to face any challenge that comes to her. The prepared girl walks the bamboo woods while she recalls Mello effortlessly beating the devil person. She knows that there are many other candidates who need the same, making Mello's chances to rise as they find warriors. Despite this fact, she cannot help but feel like Mello is special. She is not blind, she wants to cross the fight. Suddenly, the old examiner is behind her. The old man asks if Olivia needs something. This alerts her, making her ready to go out her sacred. She feels uncomfortable, but she cannot see it. She can tell her glance that the old man looks gentle. She's actually the first divine warrior. The examiner tells her that she is being treated by the same conditions and confidence in her body. Olivia comes to realize that the first divine warrior is her. She tells him that she can her own with Senator. The examiner realizes that she's talking about the cast and show her something. She follows him until she sees the eye of the tiger horse. The old man confirms that this is Will's handler. Olivia realizes that Mello is on another level. The old man asks her if he avoids any purpose. He says that it is because Mello receives special treatment because he cares about this. The old man purchases tiger horses and prays for them. He then tells Olivia that Mello is a wild card in succession. Olivia finally sees this.
very well to her since very last about the trial ceremony the last
I'm not sure.
Oh, shit. Later, they have more gathered in the center of Aaron, the 10 swords, announced that this is and we'll talk about Aaron like it's some sort of legend. Interrupts Aaron's speech about since they are Aaron laughs and sees sword singing gifts and stares at most of the kingdom get on the way like invisible force push them. Jasper introduces that Aaron's wrought by his spirit is enough to send him to his mind. The sword scene yells out that man's status and bloodline do not matter to his uncle. He declares that pure strength is the only thing that matters in the exam. Aaron then is shocked to see that one kid that remains standing unopposed. Bello is simply dusting off his shoulder like nothing eventful just happened. Everybody wonders why the slave boy did not get blown away. Aaron and Bello stare each other down. The sword scene rushes towards the slave boy, all ready to pull out his big sword. Candidate tenses up. Aaron pulls out his sword and strikes at him. He stops just to reach away from hitting his hand. Yes, the slave boy did not dodge. Bello tells him he noticed all the signs of his body moving.
Oh boy, you feeling different.
It's really hot.
No, it didn't break. What broke was the string to hold it. It was wet. That's why I put that down there.
Oh.
So I wouldn't forget to tell you. Glad you didn't slip. Yeah, the string to hold it when I current it on my shoulder.
Yeah.
They got some other kind of rope to put on it. Thank you.
However, he also tells him that he will let him go today. Smile. It says his name is Jasper. He dashes towards the beast and thrusts his sword. As the head of the Wilson family, Bella is surprised that she does not look down on him despite the status of his sword. They are unable to produce a male candidate in the succession contest. She elaborates that they are
Alexa, set timer for 30 minutes.
30 minutes, starting now.
The boy wants to make clear that the reporter is doing this, that she clears his and his mother's names. The girl makes clear that what she is asking is for him to stay his wife. She elaborates that the divine warrior training is its results in the process will also be a target for assassination and poisoning. Melly reviews that her goal is to adopt him into the family, so he can be their family with her child. Sure, Wilson bloodline does not die young. He asks why she is telling him all the downsides of her reason. She answers that the Wilson family's motto is to be fruitful and pure. And this means they will hold parents in honor no matter what. She declares that she has decided to be open to him since she is asking him to risk his life. Mello is intrigued by her character and so asks for her name. She answers that her name is Olivia, that she is the head of the Wilson family. Mello is surprised that she is not looked down on despite the status of a slave and still treats him with parents' thoughts. The carriage comes to a sudden stop, disturbing the two inside. Lydia comes out to see what happened. She sees that a huge monster bear has slammed their force and used blocking their path. She calls the devil Grizzly. The devil realizes his breeding season and Grizzly has to come down and search for him. He sees that Olivia prepares for battle by pulling out her saber. The others are she brave sword stands, but she cannot hide how much she is trying. Mello tells her that she has no chance against the devil Kristen. Olivia replies that she should not underestimate her skill with her sword. Mello passes her way and gets in front of the monster. Olivia warns her that the beast is nothing like the swords that he has encountered so far. She holds it by the collar and tells him not to act like a hero in Christmas color. He looks at her and thinks that she is such a good friend that she was about to risk her life and let her go. He smiles and tells her that he likes her personality. He faces the bear again and tells Olivia that he can take on her face. He dashes towards the beast and presses a sword towards it. The strike sends the bear flying and its mouth foams. The bear destroys multiple trees as it gets pushed back. It eventually lands and passes over. Olivia marvels at his strength. Mello looks at her and is reminded of that. He promises her that he will always face the enemy and head on like her. They reach the castle wall for the succession trial of the night. Olivia tells Mello that this is as far as she goes. Mello enters the establishment. We find the area is a street as equipped as a city. Everywhere he goes, he sees young men training with their swords, sparring with each other, or practicing their magic. The other candidates see Mello walking by, and they mock him for being a slave, intimidated, impulsive man. Everywhere he goes, he finds himself being unwelcome. He just gets excited that there are a lot of obstacles to overcome. Mello is looking around the facility and trying to find a direction. The young man sees him and calls for his attention. He introduces himself with a smile and says his name is Jasper. He tells Mello that he knows that he is lost and offers help. Mello ignores him and continues walking past him. Jasper catches up to him to try and continue what he was trying to say. He warns Mello that the path was given by the gatekeeper's fate for the purpose of tricking him. He explains that a kid did bribe the gatekeeper to hand it to him. Jasper offers to guide him. Jasper continues being friendly as they walk together. He explains that the facility gathers men from all the noble family branches. After the trial, they will select who will be the divine warrior based on their swordsman skills and other abilities. Candidates will be classified based on their swordsmanship skills and other abilities, with rankings from E to A or to S. The throne of the rank of S has not been reached for years. Jasper walks Mello into a building. Mello is too big to be the normal. Jasper warns him that the other candidates dislike him for the status of a slave. He opens a door to reveal a room full of men with wooden weapons waiting for Mello. They all look excited to have a piece of the slave boy. Jasper tells Mello that he is the same as the others who hate him. The men surround the slave boy. Jasper orders them to show their guests the difference in class. Mello reviews that Jasper has great political skills and uses his wealth and status to secure other families into his faction. Jasper's lieutenant gives his master a chair so he can relax while he watches the others beat down Mello. The lieutenant praises Jasper's plan to attack Mello. He believes this is the ultimate move to put fear into the other candidates and expand the faction we reform. To him, his master Jasper is worthy of worship and to be the next divine warrior. Mello asks where he can get his fleet sword. The man laughs at him and tells him he will not have one. One of them puts his face near the Mello and tells him that this will be a one-sided beat. Mello sighs and stretches to warm up. 1 second, he's in the middle of the room, and the next he disappears. He reappears behind one of the attackers and chops his neck. The man is left unconscious on the floor. One of the other men rushes at him, but Mello punches him and sends him flying. He tells the others that he is just warming up. Jasper becomes alert and stands from his chair. He wonders who the slave boy is who has just defeated 2 trained men instantly. He can't believe that he has overwhelmed 2 powerhouses with just his bare hands. Mello challenges Jasper to come to the fight by asking if he will show him their difference in class. Jasper admits to Mello that he is underestimating him. He voices his surprise that the Habsburg family was a lineage skilled in martial arts. Mello asks if he is going to fight him or not. Jasper says he does not think he can lose to him. However, he also tells him that he will let him go for today and leaves. As they walk, Jasper asks his lieutenant, Siege, if he knows why he backed out from the fight. He admits that it is because he knows too little about him. He also reveals that he knows of the slave boy's history of rising from the slave arena and being praised as a capable swordsman. For now, he wants to take advantage of the fact that they are the only ones who know that Mello is also a first-class martial artist. He believes it might be crucial in the upcoming trial. Siege praises his master's equipment. Jasper smiles as he plans to keep an eye on Mello from now on. The next. Hey, there's a key switch over there. And key switches you find across the world to start missions. By completing them, you can overdrive those outside races.
next morning, Mello heads for the family forest. The trial ceremony examiner is a bearded old man. He tells Mello that what he's about to go through is a ritual all newcomers go through. He orders Mello to follow the path he is pointing out. He explains that there is a stone monument of the first divine warrior, and that he needs to learn what is written on the monument to be recognized as a qualified candidate. He warns Mello that the family forest is a breeding ground for thunder tigers. Mello recognizes that thunder tigers are irregular monsters. The old man elaborates that beasts attack in packs and have earned recognition as a disaster for most nations. The old man says he is testing his courage and that he will not encounter any beasts if he takes the right road. Mello casually walks into the pack. The examiner complains that he entered without walking and wants him to follow the signs carefully. As he observes the young man walk further, the old man wonders if he is brave or reckless. Mello continues to walk without disturbance. He stops as he sees a sign telling him the direction of the light. One of Jasper's men is above a bamboo tree as he observes. Mello will follow the sign. He smiles at seeing the young man follow his fake sign. He says that he has done this since the slave humiliated him. He hopes that the tigers eat him alive. After a while of walking, a thunder tiger jumps over the Mello. The young man pulls out his sword and cuts the beast in two. He hears growls from his surroundings. He gets approached by more thunder tigers. They surround him from all angles. Mello warns them that he was once the Mello and that he will not ignore the challenge of any beast. The old examiner enters the path and sees the fake sign. He ponders that this must be the work of one of the candidates. The old man runs to find Mello, then stops as he sees a pile of dead thunder tigers. He is shocked to see so many of them slain. Mello appears. The old man remembers the past when it was unthinkable for candidates to take on a pack of thunder tigers. He is glad to see that there are a few this year, including Mello, who can take them on. Mello tells the old man that he has confirmed the inscription on the monument and asks what his next step is. The examiner asks him what he desires for power. Mello looks above and answers that his goal is to reach the heavens. Lydia is at a guest lodging facility at the succession test site, and she is minding her own business and drinking tea on her own. Two women in the lodge see Olivia and gossip about her not getting a child in the mix. Bill Bloodslave is a candidate for being a divine warrior. They laugh at how disgusting the shame which she is forgiven so. Olivia approaches their table and spills her tea on one of them. Olivia tells them that they should not mind Mello. The woman she spills on gets angry and tells her that her slave will eventually fail. She declares to await the time her slave fails, so that Olivia can get even more humiliated. She huffs and puffs while her friend stops her from attacking Olivia. Olivia tells her that she is prepared to face any challenge that comes to her. The pink-haired girl walks the bamboo woods while she recalls Mello effortlessly defeating the double grizzly. She knows that there are many other candidates who can do the same, making Mello's chances to rise as a divine warrior extremely low. Despite this fact, she cannot help but feel like Mello is special. Even if she does not know why, she comes across a hut. Suddenly, the old examiner is behind her. The old man asks if Olivia needs something from him. This alerts her, making her ready to pull out her saber. She feels uncomfortable that she did not see him come. She can tell from a glance that while the old man looks gentle, he is actually the first divine warrior. The examiner tells her that she is making a good fighting stance and transitions to complimenting her body. Olivia comes to realize that the first divine warrior is a pervert. She tells him that she came to check up on the candidates sent by the Wilson family. The examiner instantly realizes what she is talking about and asks her to show her something. The woman follows him until she sees a pile of thunder tiger corpses. The old man confirms that this is Leo's handiwork and admits that he has never seen anyone do something like this before. Olivia realizes that Mello is on another level than she thought. The old man asks her to keep the boy's handiwork a secret. He says that it is because Mello will receive special treatment. Everyone hears about this. The old man torches the tiger corpses and prays for them. He then tells Olivia that Mello will be the wild card in the succession test. Olivia quietly sinks this information in. The old man then says farewell to her since he will need to conduct the trial ceremony for the last candidate. Someone approaches. The old man looks intrigued that this mystery person came to him. Later, hundreds of all the divine warrior candidates gathered in an assembly hall. Aaron, one of the 10 sword saints, announces the selection exam to begin. The candidates talk about Aaron like he is some sort of legend for climbing the ranks through his skills, despite having no special bloodline. One of the candidates interrupts Aaron's speech to tell him that he should address them more formally since they are of noble bloodline. Aaron laughs as he expects such a comment to come his way. The sword saint inhales and then stares at the candidates with intensity. Most of the candidates, including the complainant, get blown away like an invisible force pushed them. Jasper deduces that Aaron's raw fighting spirit is enough to send people flying. The Sword Saint yells out that family status and bloodline do not matter in this hall. He declares that pure strength is the only thing that matters in the exam. Aaron then is shocked to see that one candidate remains standing among those near him. Mello is simply dusting off his shoulder like nothing eventful just happened. Everybody wonders why the slave boy did not get blown away. Aaron and Mello stare each other down. The Sword Saint rushes towards the slave boy, all ready to pull out his big sword. The candidate tenses up, not knowing what will happen. Aaron pulls out his sword and strikes at Mello. He stops just an inch away from hitting his neck. He asks the slave boy what he did not dodge. Mello tells him he noticed all the signs in his body language and said it had no killing intent. He says with calm that he does not bother to dodge attacks that he knows will not hit him. Aaron smiles. He asks the slave boy to get into a sparring session with him. In this world, the Evans School of Swordsmanship transcends national borders and is known across the world. Children in the street carry their style of teaching. Private tutors teach noble children with this style. Evans even served as military advisors to various nations. The disciples of the Evans number over 1 million. From divine warriors to novice swordsmen, the Evans have influence over them all. Aaron was once a child of common origin. One day rose to be the third among the sword saints. In other words, he stands in the second percentile among the Evans school. At the present, he is about to begin the sparring session with one of the divine warrior candidates, Mello. He begins by enhancing his physical abilities. Activating his skill also activates a powerful gust of wind around Aaron. The onlookers are impressed by the powerful forces the Sword Saint can unleash just by enhancing his physical abilities. Mello feels relieved to be facing an opponent of Aaron's caliber. He wears a mischievous smile as he feels his blood boil and heart pumping. Aaron can tell Mello is getting excited to face him. He can't tell if the boy is a fool or a genius. The Sword Saint faces fighting stance. Both men look happy to face each other. Mello can read that Aaron's personality is bold, rough, and steadfast by the way he is running towards him. He can also tell that his physical abilities are at an extreme, and that he speaks with his strength. Aaron jumps as he readies to strike at Mello. Just as he is about to bring his sword down on his opponent's head, a vision flashes through his mind. He senses the presence of the Mello beneath the slave boy. Aaron does not understand and is in a panic. He remembers his childhood when he was a boy sparring with the first divine warrior. The old man told him that his swordsmanship could be used for defense. He asked the boy what he thinks is the ultimate defense in swordplay. The boy thought about it and then answered that it is to hone one's techniques and physical abilities until one reaches a level where no one can harm them. The old man told him that he was talking about the offensive aspect. He told the young Aaron the ultimate defense is when he sees an opponent until he has no chance to defeat him. He should never be the one who strikes first, that he should only fight if he has no choice left. Back in the present, Aaron's sword is about to hit Mello. A huge explosion occurs, and the dust clears to reveal that Aaron missed Mello and that his sword hit only the ground. Mello asks him why he attacked him earlier with no intent to land his hit and now attacked him only to change the trajectory mid-swing. The Sword Saint does not know why he did this himself. All he can think about is his mentor's words to never strike first against an opponent he knows he can't win against. The narrator says that the first divine warrior's teaching has been ingrained in his body for a long time. Aaron's subordinate reminds the Sword Saint that time is pressing. Aaron pulls back his sword and backs down from the duel. Mello is disappointed that he did not have fun. Aaron takes a second look at Mello. He remembers seeing it deeply in the slave boy and tries to figure out what he saw. Aaron guides the candidates to the venue of the first exam. It is a huge room with many combat platforms. Aaron informs the candidates that the first exam will be a battle royale where 10 participants will step onto a platform. He states that 3 rules for victory are to force your opponent to surrender, knock them out of the ring, or render them unable to fight. The last 5 candidates standing on the platform are those who passed the exam. Aaron's subordinate is concerned that it is too early for them to weed out the candidates based on strength. His concern is that the exam is a bit harsh for candidates with varying ages and martial arts experience. Aaron justifies that they need to experience such an exam to survive what will come next. He also states that their chances of passing the test are 1 in 2, making it avoidable for the weak and the strong to face off in the future. The subordinate now understands that Aaron is looking for candidates who have the ability to adapt and strategize under sudden circumstances. Aaron also tells him that this exam will be a chance for the candidates to gauge their rivals' strengths and techniques. He is excited to see what will happen. The first exam begins with 10 candidates in the ring, including Jasper. On begins to dash at Jasper. He is intercepted and gets off balance by one of Jasper's men. He and 2 others in the ring declare that they are Jasper's personal guards and that they will not let anyone touch their master. Jasper orders the 3 to take out the others, and they loyally follow his order. Jasper takes his time observing the other platforms while his men take care of the fight. He senses someone powerful and observes the platform with a candidate with long white hair. He senses how this fighting spirit is so powerful. One of the candidates rushes at the white-haired one. Using raw fighting spirit, the white-haired one sends all the men on his platform aside to himself flying. Jasper marvels as he sends everyone on the platform. The one with white hair asks the referee if it is okay to eliminate everyone all at once. Jasper recognizes him as Max from the Evans family and grants him the first divine warrior. Jasper thinks that he might already be at the level of the sword saint. Jasper switches his focus to the platform where Mello is. All of Mello's opponents are in agreement that they will eliminate the slave boy first. They all charge at him at once. Mello dodges every one of their moves like he is flying blind. The candidates are getting frustrated that they can't hit him. Mello is disappointed that he is not breaking the sweat as well as reading his full power from his opponents. Aaron is observing his intent. He is intrigued by the boy's movements and admits to himself that he has never seen such techniques in every school. He can also tell that the boy is still holding back. He wonders if his strength even surpasses his. He takes it back as he believes he might be overthinking things. Aaron then observes that both Max and Jasper are also exceptional. The subordinate asks Aaron why he looks so happy. He replies that it will be fun to put these candidates into shape. He believes that some of the candidates might be prodigies strong enough to surpass the current divine warrior. Aaron is excited to polish his He promises to show them all help. The candidates all dine at the dining hall. Jasper is busy planning his next move based on what he observed on the first exam. To him, Max is the top candidate to be the next divine warrior. The other is Mello. He believes that there is another promising candidate. Exactly as he thinks this, Jasper hears someone yelling to Mello. The man yelling approaches Mello while he eats alone and asks sarcastically if he wants him to keep him company. Mello says nothing to him. Jasper observes that he is Arthur of the Sterling family and that his skills are top tier. He thinks his downfall is his terrible attitude. Arthur tells Mello to drop out of the selection exam. Mello replies that he does not understand what he is trying to say. Arthur says that he is disrupting the order of the martial hall. He justifies that family status and bloodline are everything and that someone like him should never pass the exam. Mello continues eating as if he did not hear anything. Arthur spits at his plate. Mello simply grabs a different plate and continues eating. He tells Arthur that he does not understand a single word he is saying and that he just has to accept that they will never see eye to eye. Arthur tells him that as a Sterling, he will not have a chance against him in the exam. Mello replies that he does not care. Arthur punches the dining table and breaks it into pieces. He threatens Mello with violence. Mello casually replies that he will play upon it is what he wants. Jasper intervenes and reminds him that private fights are not allowed. He suggests that they settle things under the guise of mock training. He offers to oversee it himself. Mello and Arthur face each other at one of the platforms on the first exam. Jasper observing them as the referee. Jasper sees this as a golden opportunity to see what both men can do. He assesses Arthur as someone who rivals those of the 10 sword saints, while he assesses Mello as someone who rivals a master. He wants Max and Arthur to join this faction, but believes that they are too aloof or prideful to do so. He sets his sights on Mello to join this faction instead. He plans to take his mother's relative hostage to do so. If he still refuses after that, he plans to eliminate him once and for all. Arthur tells Mello that he has just made the mistake of agreeing to a mock test since it is his default avenue to give people pain. He activates a spell that makes white orbs float around him like snow. Arthur reviews that this technique lets him predict his opponent's every move the moment they cross 5 meters from him. Jasper is familiar with this technique and admits to himself that even he will struggle to fight Arthur if he experiences this technique for the first time. He wonders how Mello will counter it. Mello asks if he can start. Arthur answers that he can. So Mello moves so fast that he disappears in the blink of an eye. He reappears behind Arthur. The big man realizes it, but Mello hand chops his neck before he can react. Mello says predictions are worthless if he can't react to his movements. Arthur falls unconscious on the floor. Jasper shivers and is in a cold sweat. He internally shouts that what Mello just did is impossible. There is a tale of Jasper, the unfortunate boy. 5 generations ago, the second of the Divine Warrior selection exam was placed at the head of the Blackwood family. He rose to become an elder for the Evans' 3 great families. However, his accomplishments feel incomplete to him because no Blackwood produced a divine warrior. He grew old and retired without his dream of a Blackwood divine warrior. One day, the divine warrior of that generation visited the Blackwood family for training. The divine warrior was so powerful. The Blackwood taught disciples seemed like children to him. On that day, the old man smiled as he devised an idea. He Visiting his daughter while she was putting her grandchild to sleep, the old man took her hand and dragged her with him. He looked mad as he decreed that she would bear the child of the divine order. He plans to achieve his dreams, even if it does not happen. His daughter looked helpless and she was dragged. People at the time questioned the old man's sanity. The Blackwood's became known as a family that practiced seeking strong bloodlines. Jasper's sister followed this tradition by being offered as a concubine to a member of the Evans family, despite the man being 30 years the child's seed. Jasper was helpless as he saw his sister be taken away. His sister looked at him in tears as she left. Jasper tried to reach her, but the adults would not let him. Since that day, he thought deeply about what he should do to break the cycle that ensnared his sister. He decided he needed to rise to become the head of the Blackwood family and also become an elder of the Evans' three great families. Since then, he trained hard in swordsmanship. He used any manipulative trick from the book to climb to the top of the 100 Martial Hall and become the divine warrior. Back in the present, Jasper sees Arthur's unconscious body on the floor. He is too overwhelmed to process what just happened. He recalls Mello vanishing, only to appear behind Arthur and take him down in one blow. He gave up trying to understand as he became focused on the realization that Mello is the key for him to rise to the top as he dreamed. He goes to his knees in front of Mello and bows in his presence of commotion. Mello asks what he is doing. Jasper answers that he humbly offers himself to him and asks to serve under him. Mello looks at him, unable to react. Jasper chooses complete submission to Mello. Later that night, Arthur is in a bar, stamping at a table, claiming that Mello made a fool of him. A follower of his informs him that there are rumors that Jasper has become Mello's disciple. Arthur is shocked to hear the news. The follower continues to say that while Mello seems reluctant, Jasper is still aggressively trying to be his subordinate. Arthur's blood boils to hear. He kicks his seat as he accuses Mello and Jasper of setting him up. He believes that the only way that he got knocked out with a single hit is if they cheated. He imagines that they had poisoned his food and dragged the argument to a mock training on purpose. He commands his men to tell him what family he hailed from. A dozen or so people yell out that he came from the Sterling family. He then orders them to tell him who he is. They answer that he is the man who will become the strongest divine warrior. Arthur enjoys their praise. He yells out that they are right as the man cheers. He promises to get his revenge on Mello. The instructors for the selection exam are in the middle of the meeting. Aaron announces that they will do the 5 rings sacred training by tomorrow. It is a controversial training method where the candidates seclude themselves for 3 months in the holy mountain where dragons dwell. The other instructors object since it is a certainty that 80% of the candidates will drop out. Aaron says the dropout rate is not a concern of his. He justifies that this is necessary to create the strongest divine warrior in history. He believes that this batch has what it takes to create that champion. He also tells them that he will take responsibility by training them for a month so they can hold their own in the holy mountain. He announces that they will conduct the selection for the sacred combat aura, that those who pass will proceed to the 5 rings of sacred training, while those who need extra training will undergo it under him. The next day, candidates are gathered in an arena. The sacred combat aura is a secret technique devised for invading monsters. It is said that learning this technique is akin to learning the essence of martial arts itself. Max is called by an instructor to take the center of the ring. There he activates his raw combat aura. It is so powerful that the other candidates liken its presence to that of a ferocious tiger. Aaron is impressed by him, especially since he can tell that Max is not even using his full power. An instructor then shouts at Mello for being unable to use sacred combat aura. Mello tells him that he never thought of ever learning. He looks so smug about it that it confuses the instructor. The instructor asks how he passed his first exam without it. Mello wants to say he used the aura. He answers that he used martial arts instead. The other candidates laugh at him. Such a Jasper secretly thinks the candidates are fools for not seeing his sword's potential. He notices that Aaron and the others are disinterested. He pumps the sword says blood to see a person so strong without combat aura. Mello asks to go to the holy mountain anyway. Aaron touches him by the shoulder and tells him he needs to stay behind and extra money for the trip. Mello feels that he dishonors himself because he needs to stay behind. Aaron brings those who need sacred aura to the training hall and teaches them all about the technique and how they sharpen all their senses to the extreme until they reach the 6th sense. By then, they will be able to predict attacks from very moments, subtle hints of fear and perception. Aaron tells them that they will first learn to dodge stones with swords, and then later dodge multiple arrows from one point. He says that it is only if they can do what he asks so that he permitted to enter the holy mountain. Mello asks to take an arrow down the test break. The other candidates think he is holding himself. Aaron smiles as he thinks he can actually take it. He agrees to it. Mello puts on blindfold. All the
crossbows surround everything. They all fire their arrows at the same time. The arrows draw near, the boy is catches every arrow with both hands. Aaron and the others marvel at how they can all. Never tells Aaron that he is wasting his time as he drops the arrow. And if he can not running for his life, he takes all of his body. He encounters a giant serpent with these He stares at its scary eyes and turns it into a stone statue. These topple the statue and break the head off the body. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jasper has his eyes closed while facing Faceless on his own. Beast tries to strike at him, but his alert senses let him dodge it. He slices off one of its legs, pulls out a thick and long needle, and throws it at the monster's back with power strong enough that the object makes it the other side. He then chops off its head. He comments on how no longer looks and worry about food. He thinks about how his Lord Mellow got left behind. He wonders what he was doing right now. Elsewhere in the mountain, Mellow is looking at the baskets of corpses and bath on giant wooden scales. He comments on how it was supplied. He heads to a hut, and her shelves full of books. He smiles at the thought of the said, he opens up the first book and sees that the basis of sacred combat aura on the scenes. Combat aura. Mellow and the other candidates were provided books during their 3 months of learning on to learn about the sacred combat aura. The goal is for them to learn more about the effects of the sacred. Mellow finds it funny that he ended up learning. He thinks about Val and how her combat aura is graceful. He tries to find the right words to describe it until he ends up saying that her aura is beautiful. He finds motivation to master the techniques of Val but not the family. He remembers the army of outsiders and faces the future. He gets determined to be as strong as ever. He spends his time reading. He spends it trying to collect the sacred aura on his palm. At times he eats. At times he meditates while working out his aura. While he enhances his aura, he also masters absorbing the basilisk aura into himself. He feels the sensation of growing stronger. He finds the feeling exhilarating. 1 month later, Aaron approaches his hut. He calls him. Calls for Mellow to answer the door. He opens it himself and sees the woman standing on high wheels. He cringes at the way he looks from and sleeps. Mellow wakes up and stands up. He tells Aaron that he reads every book and puts them all in practice. The sword scene makes him joking. Mellow replies that he already mastered the technique with single fundamentals, so he went fast. He talks about how
Alexa, in time.
Describes his aura as beautiful. Mellow turns off his aura and tells Aaron he has a problem with Aaron's aura. He elaborates that the book's instructions are inefficient. Aaron grunts that economy. The isolated cabin Mellow is not taking and shouting disbelief. Aaron tells a hot young man to explain himself. The man is written by their founder and should contain the best method of learning the sacred order based on how their home will see a way for there to be a problem. According to the records, it is written that the founder knew the Pearson origin was had any impact 50 years away from his own. However, not a single person who got his name is currently able to achieve that feat. Aaron says that story is just a legend. And years at best, the confident and determined gaze, Mellow says proof is better than fear. Bear head outside, where the young man's aura elevated first floor, working around his body. The scene began with a sword scene and with the amazed at what he's achieved. You don't know better. You find it unbelievable. But you keep that aura continuously. Mellow asks if he found their intention to get the truth, or if he's lost in something. At this point, no one knows what really happened. But it's completely capable of demonstrating what lies beyond the condition that will bring the pain. The power envelops his body. While it's impressive, Aaron doesn't see anything different. At least at first, soon now, he notices something happening from the man's soul. It's not just the sacred aura. Deadly focus, Mellow grips his sword tight and swung, sending a ripping slash that howled across the ground. The attack hits a tree far away and cuts the trunk right in half. Before them was the trace of his long-range strike, eyeball measure. It says it should be roughly 50 years at least. The sword sings stunned and astonished, having just witnessed a man before him replicate a legendary attack. It says that it's impossible and questions how he managed to do it.
itself is surprisingly simple. Mello gathers magic into his palms and makes it run along the length of his wooden sword. Finally, Aaron realizes the answer to a long-time question. What he just used was nothing more than wind magic. Mello smiles as he gets the right idea. The 7 attributes form the foundation of a magic sword, and by using sacred aura as a base, they can infuse these magic attributes. With this method, even a wooden sword can turn into a versatile and powerful magic weapon, such as the true method of using aura, which was developed by the founder of Divine Warriors. Aaron studies the prodigious warrior and thinks about what may come. Recognizing both his wit and potential, a certain man comes to mind, so he advises Mello to hide the skill, at least during the entire selection exam. If people find out that he can use that power, they'll get dragged into enough interviews to disturb his focus on the test. One might gain fame and fortune from it, but such things do not interest the young man, who simply views the situation as problematic. He gets an idea and tells the sword saint to spread the method throughout the entire world. The absurd request is so surprising that he fails to react for a while. Finally registering what was being asked of him, Aaron shouted in shock and disbelief. An unknown slave had all to gain after discovering the method, but now he's giving it away so casually. However, Mello doesn't mind at all, adding that the sword saint would understand the logic of the technique. He won't be able to master it overnight, but it should be achievable someday. The skill itself was discovered by Val, and no one from this time knows how to use it. If they spread the knowledge, human proficiency of aura will skyrocket, boosting their chances against outsiders. Aaron gets what's being asked of him and appreciates the offer. But the situation now makes him question who the teacher between them really was. 2 months later, the final day of the 5 Rings sacred training came, and all the students were gathered. About 70 people remained, after 30% of the class dropped out. A bunch of people reunited, and some of the strong ones take note of Mello, who they expected to reach that stage. Arthur curses him, still vividly remembering the humiliation he faced during their encounter 3 months ago. His lackeys ask if they should gang up on the young man. However, he tells them to forget about that, as he has something more interesting to show. With a devious smile, he says he's going to show them the dark side. Mello's sacred aura burst forth, spinning and gathering like a tornado of sheer power. The onlookers are shocked, having heard that he didn't know how to use it just a few months ago. What's more, he's someone of lowly origin. The swirling deluge of aura dissipates as the instructor ends the test. While the next examinee is called on, Arthur scowled, incredulous and skeptical over the overwhelming fighting spirit. People muttered and chatted, as even the fools had begun to notice. That said, their understanding of the young man was far too shallow for the truth. It's not just the sheer amount of sacred aura that demonstrated his level, but also the refined and solemn flow of energy, which was now even sharper than it was just 2 months ago. Aaron looked at the students of particular interest. The wild card is at that level, then he should be ready to enter the next stage. Having checked everyone's sacred energy, he lets everyone there pass the exam. However, there's no time to rest, especially for a divine warrior who's supposed to command respect and trust. The connections they build at a training hall will become lifelong assets as a divine warrior. With this, they move on to the next level of the selection process. They have to form a faction of at least 5 people and are allowed to create a new team as a leader or join an existing group. With the deadline set, everyone is told to do their best. A lot of them started to panic in the sudden order, as gathering 5 or more people was no easy task. It should be easy for the former Demon King, who commanded tens of thousands of subordinates. First, he plans to dominate them with fear, then force them to be obedient with a bit of violence. Fortunately, no one has to worry about this, as Jasper called out, congratulating him on passing the next test. This confuses Milo, as the smart contender says he's been his subordinate all this time, although he hasn't officially recognized it. Regardless, if he mobilizes the people under him, they can gather more than 20 without any worries. Since finding people from scratch does sound bothersome, he tells the comrade to do as he wishes. Jasper clings to his boss, who just officially acknowledged their relationship. Arthur looked back with a dark smile, silently telling them to enjoy their moment of excitement. That night, the halls and rooms of the dormitory were silent. Nella slept soundly as usual, even snoring and drooling with comfort. The dark figure watched. An assassin was stuck to the wall, finding him foolish for having the confidence to doze off in such a situation. He took his blade and got ready to finish the young man right then and there. Diving down with the sword, he drove it deep into the bed, aiming straight for his target's heart to ensure a painful but surefire kill. He thought it would be over in a second, but the body on the mattress had suddenly disappeared. A chilling voice spoke, saying he picked the wrong person to try and assassinate. His body moved on instinct, but quickly froze as a sinister presence warned him.
put a knife to his neck. Mello was well aware of who sent him, and with merciless eyes, he ordered the man to bring him to Arthur. In the forest away from the dorms, Muggs clinked as Arthur and his lackeys celebrated, certain that his annoying competitor had been dealt with. None of them expected that the Sterling family's secret trade would be none other than assassination. He mockingly turns to Jasper, who was bound and beaten, calling him a useless lapdog, barely able to breathe. The young man murmurs inaudibly. Someone suddenly worries and says it might actually be dangerous to kill other participants at the training hall. Arthur pays it no mind, reasoning that it's common for factions to fight to the death over power. They'll just tamper with their victims' bodies and clear themselves of any connections to their death. Finally, Jasper speaks and calls them fools. With resolute eyes, he says his master would never fall to scum on their level. His words take Arthur by surprise, not expecting the man known to be cold-hearted to find someone he trusts. He then goes on about the hostage's family history and how his older sister was sold as a child concubine. To break the twisted tradition, he entered the Divine Warrior selection, but was still soft deep inside. He grabs the young man by the hair, reminding him that martial arts families work, all by strengthening their lineage. If it were him, he would also gladly sell his daughter or wife to a filthy old man. Just then, they hear a loud thud from behind and find the hired assassin on the ground, tied up and beaten. Mello walked to them, calling to Arthur and saying people like him are what others refer to as scum. The veins on the dirty man's head nearly pop out from anger. Meanwhile, the master turns to his subordinate. He heard his story earlier, including the things he did to save his family. He thought Jasper only moved out of self-interest, but he's glad to find that he also has conviction after all. Mello comforts the young man, telling him not to worry. The other staggered from fear, as the Mello promised not to show mercy to those who bear their fangs at his family. Sensing hostility, Arthur acts fast and warns the enemy against moving another step. He puts his knife to Jasper's face, threatening to cut it down if he disobeys orders. Based on the amount and quality of sacred aura alone, he begrudgingly admits that Mello is better, but that's only if they fought head-on, so he tosses the prodigy a bottle filled with liquid. Catching it and taking a look, he sees that it's an aura circuit disruptor. It's a drug that forcibly stops the refinement of aura, and he needs to drink it if he wants Jasper to live without injuries. Not even taking a moment to think about it, Mello accepts the deal and downs the entire bottle without hesitation. Shown that it's completely empty, Arthur smirked in delight and triumph. He cackles, surprised that the enemy actually drank it so willingly. Confident now that his powers are suppressed, he kicks Jasper away, saying he's no longer useful. Now the young man before him was nothing but a puppet, who couldn't even use his sacred aura. Mello checks on and comforts his friend, who apologizes repeatedly for failing him. That said, it's foolish to let go of a hostage so easily, and it would do Arthur well to at least see his dirty methods through. Even as an assassin who thrives on cords, he is at the lowest of the low. Without physical enhancement, he's certain that the small boy is but a mere baby to him. Intending to take his time breaking him until sunrise, he unleashes a punch, which hits the target right in the face. He wanted to start by breaking the nose, but he found that the hand he punched with was broken completely. The realization takes a while to set in, but he winces and kneels in pain, not understanding how his fingers ended up disfigured. He curses Mello, demanding to know what he just did. It was diamond protection, a magical barrier that coats the body, with hardness as tough as diamonds. It is sweat upon hearing the name of an advanced skill, which he has no business knowing. Borrowing his words from earlier, the young man says that his secret profession just so happens to be magic. With this, fear started to set in. Mello disappeared from their sight and reappeared behind Arthur in the blue Panai, not even giving them a chance to react. He kicks him in the back, nearly knocking him unconscious. The foolish but brave lackey tries to fight, but he's basically swatted away without any effort. Surrounding his enemies with after images made by speed, he corrects their misconception that physical enhancement is exclusive to sacred aura. They could not be any more mistaken, and he's there to prove it firsthand. In that moment, Arthur was subjected to a barrage of unending strikes, and all he could do was let his body move with each hit, unable to even follow the enemy's movements. His mind is the only thing that works. He wonders what the boy meant. When he claimed to be a magician, carrying him by the collar, Mello stops the onslaught and recalls that they were supposed to stay together until sunrise. Arthur moves his feet and raises his arms in surrender. He puts his head to the ground, admitting he was wrong, and promising to apologize to Jasper in exchange for mercy. Since he's prostrating himself so obediently, the victor decides to show some leniency. However, the man silently calls him a soft-hearted fool who's been holding back even with his finishing blows. Against his expectations, his arms suddenly gripped tight and pulled to his back. With a demented smile, Mello seemed to feel punishment without that. He brought his hand down on the arm, and an ear-piercing scream rang throughout the forest, along with a loud crack. With his face and fingers broken, Arthur screamed in pain, arms soon followed, now split into two. Meanwhile, Mello ushered Jasper up, saying it was time to go. While they left, the dirty competitor suddenly turned silent. He smiled, calling them idiots for not giving the final blow and assessed. Calling to his underling, he said they're going to start something new the next day. He watched his targets walk away and thought about poison, accidental death, sniping, and even an explosion. There are so many ways for him to kill them, so they better keep their eyes away. They aren't as oblivious as he thinks, as Jasper asks if it's okay to leave like that, adding that Arthur likely hasn't learned his lesson yet. Honestly speaking, there's no point in dealing with him half-heartedly, but they'll fail the test if they kill a fellow test taker. Mello tells his subordinate to watch, and they already have some in his palm. The next day, lunchtime came, and Arthur was shocked to hear that he was declined for the test and left the training hall. The boss was incredulous, not hearing anything about it. He looks around and sees his subordinate missing. Others saw him that morning, looking pale and saying he'll be resting in his room today. Arthur is infuriated that they're sticking without letting him know, and reminds them he's in charge. Turning to the nearest person, he leaves the next mission in his hands and addresses the rest of the people there, wanting another meeting held that night. The next day came, and his eyes widened with absolute shock. He thought no one was going to miss the discussion, but not a single soul was in the canteen with him. Shaking, he questions why they were all absent. Just then, a loud banging came to the door. They opened up, and Aaron entered while calling to him, not expecting him. Arthur asks why he was there during that hour. Having something to say, the instructor gets to the point and says that the 14 people in his entourage have all been barred from taking the selection exam. Not caring about his horrified reaction, the young man continues, saying he still needs to form a party of 5 if he wants to participate in the next stage. Aaron leaves uncaringly, saying he has 5 personalities rather than the once arrogant man was left there, all alone in his Reach fell that night, and Arthur was bundled up in his room, trembling in fear. Anxiety had set in, certain that the reason for his misfortune was none other than his former target. He racked his brains, desperately thinking of a way to gather enough people in such a short amount of time. Just then, huge and deep eyes appeared. Mello was beside him, looking lifeless and staring into his soul like a haunting spirit. He squealed in shock and ran right out of the dormitory room, dashing through the halls. He questioned how the young man got into his room, when he's sure that he locked it with a key. While rounding the corner, the same sunken figure appeared, not even looking in his direction. Arthur stumbled back and fell on his bottom. He pathetically begged him not to come close, and eventually sprinted away to save his life. The entire building seemed to be empty and silent, except for the heavy breathing in a lone bathroom stall. He tried desperately to calm himself down, at least for a short moment. Just then, he hears the door creak open. Trying his best to stay quiet and remain hidden, he stopped any and all motion. Unfortunately, a shadow crept up from in front of his stall. Without a way to escape, he curses himself for feeling afraid. He's part of the proud Sterling family. Although unable to stop his shaking, he steels his resolve and kicks the door open, supposedly ready for a fight. However, there was nothing and no one there. He did not even have a chance to feel relieved, as he sensed his sinister presence looming from behind. Arthur turned, inch by inch, as if that would change the result. In that moment, an ear-piercing scream rang throughout the entire dormitory. Arthur was drowning in terror, questioning what in the world the person in front of him really was. He snuck into his room out of nowhere and kept appearing all of a sudden, no matter where he ran to. Backing away in fear, he asks how the young man managed to outwit him with the old assassination, since he still doesn't seem to get it. Mello lets him in on a little secret. He lists down a bunch of skills like transparency, camouflage, phantom, and a few others. In total, he cast around 10 types of invisibility magic, just to reenact the hidden-ness technique. That said, only 10 people in the world know how to use it, as it's a secret sound elimination ability. The young man beforehand replicated it with magic. He did so without breaking a sweat. Mello reminds him how he targeted his family, and how he'll pay the favor back tenfold. There is no room for excuses now, so the eyesore of a man is ordered to get out of the training hall immediately. Arthur's pupils tremble. Based on the eyes glaring at him, he knows that no matter where he runs or hides, Mello can and will kill him any time. The next day came. Aaron, no matter how brash, was busy with work as usual. He looks at the exam teams that have been formed and are ready to take the next stage. Meanwhile, Arthur packed his bags and left the Warriors Hall that morning. With this, two main candidates remain for the title of Divine Warrior. Mello and Max were both strong contenders, and even we can't predict who's going to win. Olivia was speaking. She worried about Mello, remembering the first Divine Warrior's comment, acknowledging him as a wild card in the selection process. Just then, a couple of quick knocks came to her door. A butler barged into the room, stuttering as he came with news of development on the boy they sent to the Warrior test. According to a message he received, he is now a prime candidate to be chosen as the winner. At the same time, they just got an invitation for tea from the Evans family. She knew he was a talented person, but this level of success is far beyond her expectations. Accepting the invitation, she later arrives at the Evans Mansion's Crimson Rose Garden, present at the tea party were Max and Arthur's mothers, Rose and Mira, and Olivia as the Wilson family's representative. Starting things off, the host thanks them for coming, despite the rather short notice. The Sterling matriarch says it's natural for them to deepen friendships, since the Divine Warrior will be coming from their families. However, she criticizes the Wilson family's decision to adopt, just to compensate for their inability. To make things worse, it's unfathomable that a likely candidate is someone who was a slave not long ago. Her words might be offensive to those involved, but she simply stated the possibilities. She then brazenly says that Olivia might have seduced the instructor, which would explain it. Staring each other down after the downright insulting comment, a tense and cold breeze blew. Rose speaks gracefully, saying it's indisputable that Mello got this far, so they should stop crying for the reason. Mira gives a careless apology, adding that she didn't really care about him anyway. Their family makes a living through assassinations, and she's certain that her son can outwit Max. Just then, her family butler called to her with news. He came close to whisper notable developments, and the matriarch's eyes grew in shock and disbelief. She just received news that Arthur took the selection test, but was outright rejected. Given her reaction, they asked what was wrong, but she just stood up and abruptly excused herself, saying she had a pressing matter to attend to. The head quickly left, and Rose was not made enough to miss the signs. With this, she realizes that the candidates for Divine Warrior have now been narrowed down to two. She deems it better this way, as the Sterlings are tainted with violence and inexcusably discourteous. The two ladies of the house then agree to play fair from that point onwards, closing her fan with a commanding snap. The Evans matriarch says Max seems to consider Mello his equal. In the first place, their family dictionary does not have the word defeat in it, but her son takes it a step further. He's not just aiming to be the Divine Warrior of this generation, but the title of hero has already been offered to him. It's the first time Olivia has heard of the hero title, which apparently is higher and better than the Divine Warrior. The information was supposed to be confidential, but Rose says it shouldn't matter. Humans have one common enemy, the demons, and ally every 10 years to subjugate them. People live in fear every day because of these monsters, unable to deal with them on their own. That said, it's also common knowledge that the two forces have been in a stalemate for 100 years. What the general public doesn't know is that something happened 3 years ago. God sent a divine message about a breakthrough, contacting the oracle through their dream. Supposedly, a guardian of humanity, someone with overwhelming power, was going to appear as their hero. Already realizing that they must be coming from the Evans family, Olivia asks if it's pertaining to Max. Rose says it's exactly as it seems, and that her son does not know the word defeat, as he has never experienced it. Meanwhile, in the 100 Warriors Hall, Aaron gathered all the participants for the fourth exam. There were a bunch of people there, but only two leading candidates left. Aaron announces that the theme for this stage was dungeon strategy. Everyone marched to the Labyrinth Dungeon, which was made specially for the selection process. It contains terrifying monsters and challenges with traps from the depths of hell. After all that, there's a Minotaur waiting at the end, and the first one to take it down wins the stage. They gather around the entrance, and the instructor is surprised to see the group of people behind Mello, who he thought wasn't the type to team up. To his side was Jasper, along with all the subordinates he absorbed. With a mere glance, it's obvious that their team is now the strongest in the all. On the other hand, Max had no one by his side. The instructor asks why he was all alone, but the question is returned, and he's asked if that's going to be a problem. The purpose of the test is to see how one would perform as a leader, so everyone was tasked to group up. He argues that he has formed a team, but will still be taking the dungeon task alone. As such, he told his teammates to stay behind, which he's confirmed is not against the rules. Aaron is stunned and wonders why he would want to take on such a mission alone. The strongest candidate states that he doesn't want people swarming around him, and that it's as simple as that. While the instructor smiled at the problem child, Mello listened from behind, hearing what the competitor was talking about. He remembers Val, who he often talked to about fighting one-on-one. As the strongest among their sides, they serve as representatives, and like that, they can fight to their heart's content. Imagining her face, he thinks about the memory fondly and can't help but smile to himself. Mello thought there would only be boring people in the exam, but it seems he's come across interesting ones as well. 4 teams are competing, and examiners will accompany them to grade along the way. Seeing Mello's face, he asks if there's a problem. Since the dungeon looks complicated, the examinee asks if there are any conditions to fulfill. They're essentially putting their lives on the line this time, and useless people won't make it. Candidates need to learn how to be a leader and how to take on the responsibility of being one. The former demon lord smiles upon hearing this, interpreting this as being granted permission to do whatever it is he wants to. After a while, it's finally time to start the test. In the end, only a few of them will make it into the force. As Jasper thought about his master, someone called out to Mello, who was moving around the labyrinth's outer wall. He's holding a piece of paper and saying the right spot should be somewhere there. Pinpointing it, he imbues his blade with a concentrated mixture of magic and aura. While he stared with intense focus, the others tried to ask what he was about to do. The young leader thrust his blade, driving it deep into the wall. Everyone opened their eyes in shock as they saw the outer layer burst open. They asked Aaron if the walls could really be broken so easily, but this isn't true, of course. The stone in front of them was supposed to be as strong as the hardest materials in humanity. Jasper commends and praises him, but wonders why he just displayed his strength. Seeing his master stretch and wind up for another hit, he realizes what he intended to do and couldn't believe the ridiculous and unprecedented idea. Mello struck again and moved to the next, then the next, saying they should go in a straight line, as it's the fastest and most efficient way to reach their goal. He smiles as he breaks through several layers of the dungeon, leaving the onlookers in shock and awe of his strength. The 4th exam is Dungeon Labyrinth Strategy. They have to move past ferocious monsters and countless traps. Whoever beats the Minotaur in the deepest part of the dungeon first will earn the most points. Well, this was the intention, but now the walls of the structure have crumbled and fallen. Jasper told his men to follow Mello blindly, but they couldn't help but be struck with awe at how talented their new leader was. The young man broke through another layer with a smile, slicing through it like butter. It's as expected by those who really know him, and if they continue with that pace, they'll score points even faster. However, even without rushing so much, they're probably going down in the record books. Meanwhile, Max was also standing by the outermost layer of the wall. Instead of pawing around with Mello, he gently pressed his finger in a single spot. Concentrating his energy, he pushed and willed it to break. Just like his competitor, he similarly breaks through the wall, but in a much more refined manner. The instructor is astonished by what he just witnessed. He's been working for the selection committee for 2 decades, but he's never seen a candidate like this. It's as if his eyes were fooling him, and the young man seemingly intended to break through the dungeon. Risking disturbance, he asks what he just did. Max explains that everything has a breaking point. For living beings, it's a key point connecting all things, but also a weak spot that makes life vulnerable. That said, breaking them is simple, especially for him. If he's talented enough to follow such a method, then beating the labyrinth will be a walk in the park. Prodigy has always been the best, and he knows that it's going to be the same for this exam, since he's already regarded as the best. The instructor wonders if he's aiming even higher. Max was worthy of the evidence and the goal. According to the map, the Minotaur should be just on the other side of this layer. As he pushes through the wall once more, the man wonders if people like him still really exist. The wall broke, but instead of the spot he was aiming at, it burst open elsewhere as the Minotaur's body barreled through. They stared at the beast in confusion, more so as they saw the state it was in. Before the Evans representative even reached the deepest part, the target had already been defeated. Unable to believe what just happened, they looked back and saw Mello unharmed and unbothered, as he held his sword to his shoulders. With a smug smile, he says it's a shame, as the prodigy was just one step away from winning. The mocking hits Max's pride. Always coming first in whatever he pursued, he was praised throughout his entire life. Everyone thought it was only a matter of time before he became the era's divine warrior. However, all that attention was now being directed at Mello, and everyone looked at him like a monster. For the first time since he was born, Max was facing an existence that was comparable to his own. Meanwhile, the Evans household, Rose and Olivia, were having tea. When the butler came with news about the dungeon strategy examination, she asked to hear it right away, not minding that there was a visitor, as she was going to find out anyway. It's an amazing coincidence, and it's intriguing how she's so certain that her son would win. The report reads that Max cleared the dungeon with speed, beyond common sense. He He destroyed the dungeon walls to reach the goal the shortest route, drastically overriding records. Rose giggled and clapped in delight, proud of her son. Olivia hears about the shattered walls and says he really is a monster. To their surprise, the butler finally delivers the tragic news that his young master ranked second in the exam. On the other hand, the Wilson family's Mello ranked first, learning the task even faster. Incredulous, Rose couldn't help but let out a ridiculous expression, unable to believe her ears. Rose banged her hand on the table in fury, finding it impossible that her insisting that it must be a mistake. She asks if it really is the truth, but the butler can't lie. Olivia only adopted Mello to take the exam, and wouldn't have minded if he dropped out halfway. That said, he always exceeded her expectations from the moment they met. Thinking about his feats, she wonders just how far he plans on going. With his results, she'll have to cancel his slave contract, and it should be easy to restore his mother's honor. Just then, Rose spoke, saying she's afraid that people might misunderstand. Just because their matriarchs couldn't bear men doesn't mean the Wilson family can just adopt slaves. With a cold and threatening expression unlike her usual, she warns Olivia against thinking that she's beaten her family. She firmly states that the fourth stage doesn't prove the entire worth of their representatives. It must be a coincidence, and military will always be military, so she shouldn't start dreaming. Olivia says she went through the same exact feeling. At first, it was impossible to believe in Mello's strength. However, she quickly realized that his rapid improvement is neither luck nor coincidence. She can now confidently say that he is capable of surpassing Max. The bold and brazen statement catches Rose off guard. She sighs, regaining composure, and asks the visitor to go home as she's lost all her excitement. Olivia is annoyed by the nerve of the host who invited her there in the first place. Walking out and heading to her carriage, she sees the matriarch watching from the window, staring at her with burning eyes. He never expected her son to lose, so she decides that it's better to be careful. Calling to the butler, she says he must already know what to do. Bowing obediently, he says he's already started moving and lending a helping hand. He's excellent as always, getting the answer she wanted. The night deepened, and a new day soon came. The selection examiners have a meeting, and the winners are assigned exams. They all went through neat tests and trials, worthy of the title of Divine Warrior. If they train harder, the strongest warrior they've ever had will not be far from being born. While the others gasped at the statement, Aaron smiled with delight, proud to witness this moment as a warrior. Just then, they hear screaming from outside, asking someone to stop as people were intruding. Told not to nitpick, the intruder forced himself inside. An old man barged in, commandingly sticking his cane into the floor and asking who they thought he was. Even Aaron was shocked to see him there. The man was Walter, the Evans family's elder. He says he heard a rumor that there was someone who's as skilled as his descendant, Max. As such, he came there to make a request. He orders that the two engage in a match, since it's better to choose the Divine Warrior as fast as possible. Aaron protests, disagreeing with the idea and asking that they wait. To decide the true winner, he insists that they need to be put through more tests and training. It's forbidden to do something like that before the exam, even if it is a request from the elder. However, Walter does not care for the young man's opinion. This is how things are done for the Evans family, and if all three elders and four sword emperors agree, even the Divine Warrior selection should be overruled. The instructor scorns the old man who is trying to drag politics into the exam. He and the other six have already given their approval, so this was happening without question. Putting his foot down, he makes himself clear and says it's a command, not a request. Aaron barely stops himself from arguing again, but he's told not to feel too bad. After all, there's no way someone he's never heard of will become the Divine Warrior. Later at night, the Sword Saint met up with Mello to inform him of the recent developments. To his surprise, the young man doesn't seem to be bothered and simply asks when the duel will be. It'll be held in the afternoon, 3 days from now, and the winner will be the fated warrior of the kingdom. Aaron apologizes, believing he should respond. However, the young man says he's done all he can in the training hall, and it's more than enough. He's as confident as he always has been, but the instructor wonders if it will be okay. Bringing with divine aura, Mello declares that the warrior selection exam will end soon. The final battle day of the warrior selection has come, and both candidates were in their waiting rooms. They're only allowed to use a wooden sword, and the match ends when one surrenders or is unable to fight. Mello stands up, saying he has something to say. He extends his hand to Aaron, saying he took care of him until now. With this, he thanks the instructor for everything he learned. Unable to hold his smile and blushing back, he shakes his student's hand and says he'll be praying for his good fortune. With this, Mello walked the corridors of the training hall and stopped upon sensing an odd feeling. Barely turning around, he He asks what an elder of the great Evans family was doing there. Walter chuckles at the boy's perception, saying he didn't even introduce himself yet. However, one can tell who he was without needing such niceties. After all, the former Demon King knows an ominous fighting spirit when he sees one. According to Aaron, the Evans family has one of the three great elders. They're both masters of the martial arts, but the first divine warrior was the complete opposite and felt like a sage. On the other hand, the old man's fighting spirit felt more like a demon's. Since he and Max were going to be competing, he came to see what type of person the boy was and deduced that Mello has the same scent as he does. He scoffs at the elder and asks if there's anything he needs, not having the time for this. However, it's nothing like that. But he did come with a small favor to ask. To his surprise, the man brazenly asks that he let Max win the duel later. The candidate can't believe what he just heard. Walter piles on, promising to make it worth his while if he accepts the request. The entire Wilson family, including him, will be safe and secure for the rest of their lives. With this, the real purpose of the duel becomes clear. Unfortunately for them, Mello isn't rotten enough to settle for something like second place. As he turned away with the rejection, the aide scolded him for being rude to a great elder, but Walter just laughed in delight. From a slave, the boy rose to the position closest to the divine warrior and was now acting arrogant. He gave a sinister grin, excited for the fight, and sure that Max was going to crush that arrogance. Mello reaches the entrance of the arena and is asked if he's ready for the match. He beams with confidence, ready to go anytime. With this, the doors open and he stepped forward. Only the candidates are able to go into the arena, while everyone else watches from their seats. Now all the relevant people were there. Speaking to his opponent, Max asks if he's open to a quick chat before the battle. He says he was born to take the role, was brought up to be a king, and constantly trained for it every day. Before he realized it, no one his age could touch him. He reached the pinnacle of martial arts. However, there are times when he finds himself fearful. Not far in the future, there might be a divine warrior who's going to surpass him. He's devoted his life to martial arts, to become an unreachable being beyond everyone's grasp. It's possible to give it his all, even without a worthy opponent. But what would he hold a sword for? The young prodigy vows to do his best to beat his enemies and exist in this world. Wanting to prove this to him, he takes his fighting position and lets his sacred aura roar. While Mello was unbothered, the audience was in awe of his overwhelming power, acknowledging that he really was on another level. Considering the display, some say he might beat the 10 sword kings and might be on par with the emperors. Rose watches and listens, amused and well aware that her son has far surpassed all the ranks they mentioned. After all, the child before them was a genius, incomparable to anyone they've seen before. This might just be an exam, but she's looking forward to watching the demise of the person who stole first place from her. Elton came out one down with one hit, Max dashed in, his eyes burning with concentration. However, he sees his opponent moving slowly, and Worley wonders if it's an invitation. He's convinced that this isn't the case, and that the boy simply cannot keep up with his speed. His face becomes disappointed, mistakenly thinking that he finally had someone to call a rival. Although it's a shame, he swings his sword to end the fight quickly. Just then, their eyes met, and the wooden sword made contact. The sheer force of the strike sent waves of dust throughout the arena. The smoke and aura settled soon after, and while everyone thought that the battle was over, a familiar voice spoke. Max called himself a king, so Mello expected something more. Holding the sword in place with just a couple of fingers, he says his full power disappointed him. Seeing this, the prodigy realizes that he's been outmatched in the exchange. Gritting his teeth, his usually calm demeanor is thrown out the window as he gives a crazed expression not unlike his mother's and tells the loser not to get too arrogant. Regaining his composure after the outburst, Max backed away to gain some distance. He glared right at his opponent's eyes and started gathering his power once more. The arena was filled with his sacred aura, and he unleashed it to fully enhance his physical abilities, glowing with strength and anger. He reveals his true form for the first time. Putting all his strength into the next few moments, the young prodigy charged him. He swung multiple times, using a speed that would normally challenge even the greatest fighters. However, Mello dodged them all like it was nothing, not even suffering from a single hit. Watching the intense fight from nearby, Aaron was in awe of what this student was doing, unable to comprehend how he was avoiding everything given a hair's breadth. With the successive misses getting to him, anger started building up in Max's body. He swung, gritting his teeth as his opponent stepped back to evade once more. Meanwhile, Mello was completely calm and acknowledged the young man's strength. When he first got to the training hall, the fact itself was a huge hurdle, so he had to do everything he could. The former Demon King spun and seamlessly used the torque of his body to kick the enemy. Given his skill, Max manages to block the unexpected counterattack, but the force was strong enough to send him a few meters back. He curses the enemy, infuriated by how things were going. Thanks to him, Nello's fighting level unexpectedly became better, just from their continuous exchange. Just then, a shrill voice called to Max, addressing him with a pet name. He looked back, annoyance spread across his face. Rose was by the arena, asking her son if he was okay, and ignoring the men who were trying to stop her from coming closer. Regaining his composure, he calmly asks his mother not to use his nickname in public as it's unbecoming. She apologizes, reasoning that she's just worried, but he says there's no need for such feelings. After all, he's going to give all of it back to his opponent. With this, the two face each other once more, preparing to do something. Max says he's going to use a move he was saving for a warrior-level enemy. With a low and rumbling war cry, he gathered his energy, and even Mello noticed that the quality of his sacred aura changed. He moved, but left bones of his body where he stood. Even the former Demon King was taken by surprise as the young man used the holy technique, Invisible Shadow, to summon clones of himself. However, this was Val's technique, and the image of her using it was still fresh in his mind. There's only one person brave enough to pull it off. So how in the world was he doing it? Max arrogantly and proudly smirks, asking how he's going to deal with four of him. Delighted with his achievement, he announces that they're going to charge of the opponent from all directions. He even goes so far as to warn the young man about how tough it will be. Unfortunately for him, Mello has seen this come hurt before and knows that all he needs to do to break the technique is hit the main body. Max chuckles, certain that it is easier said than done. All four bodies leaped in, sharing the same speed as the original, until the enemy manages to do something. He intends to deal as much damage as he can. Watching Mello dodge and move around, he says that he needs to fight back if he wants to win. He even mockingly asks if evading is the best action he's capable of taking. Despite the continuous jeering from Max's secret, all four of them, but they're nothing but mere decoys in the grand plan. After all, the real body was hidden. It was making its way right behind the target all this time. The real meaning behind the invisible shadow technique is to create alter ego decoys. With optical camouflage, the main body becomes invisible, free to land a fatal blow to the back of the enemy's head. Raising his sword, Max smiles in triumph, certain that victory was within his grasp. In that instant, Mello's elbow was driven right into the real body's face. The prodigy's nose was broken, not at all expecting to be hit while his technique was active. As he fell to the ground in pain, all the summoned bodies started disappearing, and soon dissipated into nothingness. If one pays attention, they'll see that the technique is useless, as it's unable to hide the real body's footsteps. Even Val said that the ability won't work on strong opponents, and would just be a mere party trick. On his knees, Max propped himself up, struggling to even stand. He looked up and shrieked in horror and disbelief over the tragic situation he was in.
It's the final battle between humanity's greatest heroes and their demonic foe, but this time we're not following some glorified, overpowered hero. Instead, our protagonist is just another foot soldier doing his job there. Being the lowly runt he is, a sharp stray laser blasts straight through his chest, a hit so powerful that he doesn't even resist, and just lets it pass through. And that wraps up his story. In his final moments, he glances around at his fellow soldiers, dead and scattered across the battlefield. As for the so-called greatest heroes, well, they're locked in an intense clash against humanity's arch-nemesis, the Liquidator. Among the heroes are four brave warriors, each with unique traits and flashy powers. And then there are guys like our boy, foot soldiers, thrown in as sacrificial pawns. These guys are basically like NPCs standing in the corner with no dialogue. Their purpose? Just die. He feels pathetic about himself, thinking how little he has contributed to this war. If only he had been born with some kind of talent. But as powerful as those heroes might be, they don't stand a chance either. The Liquidator slices through them like cucumbers. Literally, a single blow is all it took to wipe them out. Turns out that monster was just toying with his prey the whole time. Humanity's fate has finally been sealed already, or at least, that's what Graybeard thought. This is then he remembers that his heart has already been shredded into bits, and yet, he's still not dead. Next thing he knows, he's standing in the middle of the ruins. In front of him is this omnipotent being who gives zero context for what's going on. The Mystery Doom claims that Gray's body has already healed, but the wild part is that he healed himself using powers buried deep inside him all along. The entity goes on to further say that Gray is actually way stronger than the Liquidator, the same bastard who slaughtered all those heroes like pigs. However, he's not sure if Gray can even handle that power. So for now, the entity lends our boy a portion of his own power, just enough to take down the Liquidator. Back in the real world, Gray's sword is instantly surrounded by mysterious energy, gifted by the all-powerful leader. Without wasting time, he puts this energy to the test, to see if it's the real deal or just hot air. Turns out this power packs a serious punch, so much so that the Liquidator actually commends Gray for his strength. But it's still not enough. As Gray goes in for another strike, bam! He's sliced in half like the rest. Blood gushes from his bisected body as the Liquidator, weirdly enough, praises him again. He's the first person to push the Liquidator far enough that he had to go all out. But the Liquidator is in for another surprise. Gray isn't done yet. That blackish energy is fueling him. The lower half of his body, which was gone a second ago, is now reformed, made entirely of dark energy. Mo is going full Black Clover mode with that massive sword of his. It's a sight to behold. To think that someone could actually make the Liquidator waver. The enemy sees no other option other than to throw up a honeycomb shield to guard his sorry self. He doesn't even look human anymore. He crashes down with his colossal blade, and the impact sends literal shockwaves through the air. The shield shatters into glittering pieces, and Mr. Cocky ends up eating shit with the full brunt of the hit. Now the bastard is seriously wondering if the thing he's fighting is even human. Hell, he's not sure if Gray is even alive. Meanwhile, our boy is asking himself the same thing. But right now, all that matters is the fight. And yeah, this freak is tough as nails, but our boy is also determined to do the math and break this bastard down. He's not stopping until this menace is erased. He throws another wild slash, and this creepy fuck starts bleeding his creepy golden blood. In response, the freak busts out some next-level jutsu and sprouts celestial wings. Looks like he's messing with time itself. Day turns into night, with the moon glowing like a spotlight from the gods. It's pretty impressive, and Gray admits it, but not impressive enough to shake his confidence. He goes full throttle, launching a preemptive strike straight at the Liquidator's neck. But surprisingly, the sword doesn't pierce. There's some weird shield around him again. Then he starts yapping nonsense that flies straight over my head.
What's up?
In this plain
Not much. How you doing?
Or at least
I'm okay.
Where's the little girl?
he tells Gray to look.
I don't know why I got the nibblies. I'm like, why I got the nibblies? I don't know why I got the nibblies.
Let me get one of the cold waters right down here. And let me get my
Tell
chocolate.
myself
Let me get my chocolate. Oh, I was telling you to grab the chocolate before you come.
I like, you go and nibble, eat some fruit.
You grab the chocolate bar?
Yeah,
Not
this
down here. Not my chocolate.
Where is it at?
I'm down top shelf.
Oh, man. Oh,
That's why I said, did you take some of those?
yeah, I put them in my ice cream. I'm in there. I'm rooting for the bad guys and shit.
What you watching now?
The
Same thing you been watching?
Yeah, it was like an 8-part series that I had watched like 5 at home.
What's it called?
It was a true story how that woman helped those 2 guys.
Oh,
escape.
right. The security.
So,
Out of the prison. Right?
yeah, I was sitting there like rooting for them to escape and shit. Well, he made it to the border. He was gonna make it. And I kept saying, why are you trying to cross during daylight? I would have waited.
Right.
Right when he got to the other side, out of nowhere, cop car coming down the road. I would have, and then you walking right in the open field. Anyway, I don't know what he was going to do when he got to Harry or anyone.
Since they've been bored lately, they've been on the hunt for
Chicken boo.
Still hasn't figured out what these ones are up to. After all, it's been 15 years, so memories are a bit hazy. The older meanwhile assumes Gray is pretending to be clueless on purpose, so he's kind enough to remind him about their usual long battles. Hearing that, Gray quickly tries to brush these pests off by pointing to his injured hand. He's grateful for the invite, but unfortunately, he can't join because the injury hasn't healed yet. But it looks like Bro can't shake these hobos unless he picks up the sword and fights. They even assure him the swords are totally blunt, so there's barely any chance of getting hurt. Gray, however, can't shake the feeling that injury is still possible. No matter how blunt the blade, it's still a lump of iron. One wrong hit in the wrong spot could book your one-way ticket to heaven. But he's got a point. One gentle tap on the walls, and you'll be doubled over on the ground in unbearable pain. But these guys don't seem to get the logic behind Gray's words. Elder takes his stance, ready to strike. He hates hearing no from Gray, so he charges at him like a raging bull to start the duel. Gray was given time to grab the sword, but it's up, and Belder is already charging at him. Our boy finds it ridiculous that this dude calls it a mock battle while charging like he's pissed off at his own mother. That's when Gray remembers something the former military doctor told him. The reason his swordsmanship never improved was because of an injury he sustained as a kid. Now that he thinks about it, maybe this is the injury that changed his life forever and forced him to live like a runt. Belder comes crashing down with his blade, but Gray blurs away and dodges the strike. Seriously though, even Gray himself is shocked that he managed to dodge it. Belder's face meanwhile tightens in annoyance at seeing such impressive agility. He throws another strike, which my guy dodges again. Then a quick strike aimed at his feet is also easily avoided. The bastard's trying hard to tag our boy. He's like a bloodthirsty man on a mission, determined to take his opponent down. But Gray slips through like a ninja on cocaine. At first, Gray thought Belder was just slow, but then he realizes that it's not the Belder who has gotten slow, it's he himself who has gotten faster. Bro is literally dodging every strike like he owes rent. Even Belder's goons can ignore what they're seeing. It's like Gray is a completely different person. He might not have the body he once had, but he still has the memories of every battle he's fought. With all that experience mapped in his head, his body is basically on autopilot. He barely even has to try to dodge those strikes. When Gray grabs the sword to keep this so-called mock battle going, which isn't feeling so mock anymore, Belder is drowning in his own ego, desperately trying to crush Gray under his blunt blade. But my guy had enough. He swings his sword for the first time. The sudden jerk from his powerful swing makes Belder's hand aching like hell. That just shows how pathetic Belder really is. If Gray is being honest, he actually feels like the loser here, duking it out with such a weakling. But he also believes that Belder doesn't deserve an ounce of pity. He's the piece of shit who bullied Gray, took away his future, and caused all that suffering. So with all due respect, Gray is going to make Belder taste his own medicine. On the next move, Gray effortlessly knocks the sword right out of Belder's hand, unarming him instantly. While Belder can only feel the humiliation, Gray realizes this too is worse than he thought. He takes the opportunity to throw a jab, mocking Belder's incompetence with the sword. One single blow sent Belder's sword flying. Then again, being unarmed isn't a big problem. After all, Belder was the one who insisted his blunt blades were totally safe to use in a fight. Gray is going absolutely nuts, swinging the blade so fast it literally cuts through Belder's skin, causing blood to gush out. As the gravity of the situation sinks in, Belder's knees lose all strength and buckle. Wait a minute. Gray thought he was using a blunt blade, so how could this bastard start with me? When he looks at his blade to confirm, he finds out it's indeed a blunt one. Though if it had been a sharp sword, this dude might actually be dead. Now, let's not get distracted from the situation at hand. Gray swings the blade precisely, knocking out multiple teeth and leaving Belder's nose bleeding like crazy. My guy is towering right over this bastard, giving him chills for life. It's always pretty amusing to see arrogant pieces of shit getting rendered into solid messes. Seems like this much is enough to humble Belder for the rest of his life. Oh well, looks like I spoke too soon. This bastard still hasn't learned his lesson. He orders his goons to get our boy and whip his ass until he's a total mess. Goons hesitate to step forward for obvious reasons. They literally just saw their boss get beaten like a pathetic dog, so it makes no sense to succumb to the same fate, and know they have the power to avoid it. One of the guys suggests they attack in unison to overwhelm Gray. The trio quickly beats him down, surrounding our boy in every direction. Gray, however, is nonchalant as ever. These guys desperately want their death wish granted. My guy is more than them. Everyone leaves it and intended to finish him right here. At first, Gray had an ounce of sympathy for these hobos and decided to spare them. But it looks like they won't stop until they learn their lesson. So he gives these gutter goblins what they truly deserve. Not long after, their faces are swollen like a bevel's backside after an unforgiving face massage. Again, Gray finds it ridiculous that these fine emojis in human form used to be his worst nightmare. He recalls this group as currently students of Serious Swordsmanship Dojo. Belder admits they are students in that dojo, though they haven't been visited lately, since these soggy biscuits believed they were already powerful enough. Well, that's pretty low standards for someone who's supposed to be strong enough. Not that Gray expects much from the dojo itself. He shows interest in joining the dojo, so he wants these students to act as his referral. Belder refuses to fulfill the request. After all, he can't imagine the consequences once his master finds out he pathetically got his ass handed to him. Gray knows exactly how to deal with these guys. He merely swings his sword around to intimidate these suckers, hinting at the worst that can happen if they don't listen. This little threat works wonders. Belder is not only humbled, but that beatdown gave him the speed of a cheetah. He literally speeds down the road to reach the dojo as soon as possible, even leaving his friends behind. A while later, they enter the town. As they walk, Miller expresses his curiosity that Ray is interested in joining the dojo. Turns out this dojo has a recommendation slot for the parent. But Ray doesn't have to say more, since he's sure Belder is mature enough to understand what his main goal is. One of the guys wonders why Gray even feels the need to join the academy when he's already powerful enough. Little do these bitches know, my guy doesn't set the bar that low. He's got his own definition of enough. He vividly remembers the day all of humanity's heroes got slaughtered like pigs in the blink of an eye. That was supposed to be the world's strongest lineup. Forget the heroes. Even he couldn't scratch that bastard with all the mysterious power he had. But God knows how much power would be enough to defeat that bastard. But he wasn't completely hopeless back then. The moment he got those badass dark powers, he felt like an omnipotent being that could destroy anything. The thing that held him back was a lack of swordsmanship skills. He'd been relying on a few tricks he came through the sword scene. If only he had spent more time training in swordsmanship, just like the sword scene did. He's pretty sure he could have turned the tide of the battle single-handedly. This is likely why Kronos sends him here, to grind his ass off until he's worthy to wield that dark, mysterious power again. A while later, we meet the master of those gurus we're talking about. The group is getting an earful for picking a fight with a random civilian. What's worse, all they got after challenging that civilian was a humiliating defeat. This intimidating woman is swordsmanship dojo instructor Saria. Belder tries to clarify that weren't actually trying to bully anyone. It was just a mere palm battle. The poor bastard ends up taking a devastating blow for his lies, and hit hard enough that he can't move with his one-way ticket. His goons are shivering in terror, wishing they could just survive this day. Nothing to be afraid of, guys. The stunt she just pulled was a little lesson she wanted to teach these fools. If they call beating up someone unarmed a mock battle, then what she did also counts as a mock battle. She points her sword right over Belder's ugly face and expels him out of the dojo immediately. Not only him, but his goons are joining him too. In fact, those pathetic goons take their pathetic loser beer and walk out pathetically. She immediately twirls around, sits on her feet, and apologizes to her new recruit on behalf of the former students who caused him a lot of trouble. My guy brushes off the apology. After this, she really wants to go on vacation to the academy, to which my guy affirms. Since Belder and his second grade team caused him a lot of trouble, she's willing to write a letter of recommendation for him. Though before doing that, she wants him to prove his worth. Both contestants stand against each other, with the swords in hand. Being the senior, she generously gives him the opportunity to strike first, and thus the exchange of blows begins. They move so fast that literally all they leave behind are trails of silhouettes from their fearsome strikes. All the while, Saria does her job, which is to assess our boy's capabilities. She can tell his swordsmanship is quite practical for his age. It's as if he's been through countless battles before. Now it makes sense why those bozos got their butts handed to them by a single person. His style is mostly self-taught, but every so often, his swordplay looks similar to what's taught at the academy. This likely means someone probably taught him, but his technique is still rough. Things for sure though. He's got a lot of raw talent begging to be tapped and harnessed to his fullest. She's basically found a diamond in the rough. Now that she's assessed him, she decides to end the duel with the last blow she's about to deliver. My guy braces himself and effortlessly parries her attack. This macabre dance once again begins. Ro is literally parrying each of her attacks like he's allergic to damage. This prompts the woman to grow anxious. The lack of hesitation on his side is throwing her off. It's like no attack she tries can falter his stance. Now she even starts to feel annoyed herself. To think she has to give her all in a mock battle that was only meant to gauge this young gun's capabilities. She gets overwhelmed to the point she starts feeling fear. For a moment, he looks like some demonic entity about to unleash something massive. After surviving the last swing from our guy effortlessly, she realizes it was just a wild swing. After that crazy swing, Ray starts to feel tired, and his energy level drops. The woman sees him sulking and mistakes it for a weakness in his defense. So she plunges like a feisty cat, only to find herself checkmated right on the spot. Virgil's daughter from another universe is at a loss for words. Right as she thought she had found the winning move, he was ready to strike our boy down. The tables flipped on her. The broken wooden sword hits the ground, while Gray finds himself stunned. For a second there, he found his way back to the same dark power he received in his battle against the Liquidator. The fact that he used to hint of that same power now means that he still has access to his abilities, even after regressing into the past. But then, it happens. An agonizing drawback engulfs his body in so much pain that he drops to his knees. He can't even hold himself to stand, while Saria is alarmed by his condition and wants to help. Even after using a fraction of his power, Ray realizes that his current body is unable to exhibit his abilities. Still, he musters the determination to stand on his feet again, despite his body quivering. After telling her that he's okay, Gray finds himself lost in his thoughts, realizing he can hardly stand, which emphasizes just how efficient he's going to have to be with his abilities. He's also thinking about revealing the information about his power to the experienced swordmaster in front of him. Saria just looks at him dead lost and confused. Meanwhile, our boy assesses the situation with a clear head and concludes that he shouldn't tell anyone about what happened. After all, who would ever believe his ridiculous story? And it's also not like he can control his dark powers at will to demonstrate what he means. Bearing that in mind, he comes up with an innocent excuse that he simply overexerted himself. But to the swordmaster, she doesn't believe him for a damn second, thinking how ridiculous he sounded with that excuse. There's no way for him to have saved the wooden sword when they were fighting with dull weapons in the first place. She's shown to be clever, to the point she understands that Gray is hiding something from her. Virgil's daughter points what's left of her sword towards our boy, causing Gray to inquire if something's the issue. Clearly, from the way he is handling his reaction, she understands that he doesn't want to talk about anything for now. Instead of challenging him on it, she respects his decision and asks about his initial interest in getting a recommendation to the academy. Our boy confirms this, sharing that he heard she could help him with that. Saria doesn't deny it either. She emphasizes that with just her authority, she can help him get a recommendation to the Royal Academy of Swordsmanship, the best educational institution their kingdom has to offer. At the same time, surprisingly, she shares no interest in recommending him to attend that institution, adding that Gray is an unfit person for the academy. Her cold words stabbed him sharper than any blade. Gray starts beating himself inside, doubting his abilities, and admitting that he's too weak. His final attack was the only remarkable thing he'd done in that battle. But wait, Saria's not finished talking. She continues her thoughts, arguing that instead of going to the Royal Academy, the kid should instead head to the World Union Academy instead. What a plot twist that is. Revelation hits him harder than Truck Coup hitting his Isekai victims. But the Royal Academy is their country's finest. The World Union Academy is the best in the entire world. The institution is deemed the pinnacle of sword mastery. Gray's at a loss for words because this same Magic Academy is responsible for producing the strongest battle squad, including the likes of the Sword Saint Amy. He immediately confronts Saria, questioning if he's even qualified to attend a prestigious institution like that. Funnily enough, the girl destroys his expectations, pointing out that as he is right now, there's not a shot in hell that he's getting through the door. The Swordmaster knows that even Gray is wary of his shortcomings, especially when it comes to the pathetic state of her body right now. When it comes to the Royal Academy, the kid might be able to pull off a miracle because of his sword skills alone, but that's just not the case for the World Union Academy. He's fucked if he doesn't train his ass off. But Saria is astonished. The kid has miraculous talent in his swordplay, and yet he's got a stigma out of the body. Doubt is starting to creep in, genuinely making Gray worry about the monstrous opponents he'll have to face against in the World Union Academy. It's not exactly a walk in the park. With his current body, that's out of the question anyway. Seeing his sorrowful state, Saria points out how he's quick to give up, even though there are 9 whole months until the Academy's entrance exam. Again, being underconfident in his abilities, Gray thinks that even that time won't be enough for him. Despite her effort in trying to encourage him, even Saria agrees that it's too little of a time, but even then she offers him a chance. The Swordmaster wants him to trust her for the 9 months to come, because during this time, she's going to make him suffer through hell and back. Yeah, something tells me she's going to hire David Goggins and make this guy run 3 ultramarathons and do 6,000 pull-ups. Anyway, Gray admits that though he doesn't want to suffer, he doesn't have any other choice. Declaring himself ready, he hopes that the Swordmaster will take good care of him. Saria takes a liking to his forward determination. At first, you guys probably think it's a good sign that they're starting off on a positive note. But the atmosphere immediately switches to total fear, as Virgil's daughter officially announces the beginning of his hellish training. Gray's agonizing trials began. He trained like Goku and honestly ate like him too. She really is putting him through a bulky phase. He also had to deal with some questionable food, but his teacher was unrelenting and put him through everything. Their sword duels continued the same, the goal of which was to hone his techniques. And then 8 months passed, just like that. Congratulations to Gray for earning his shredded body after enduring that long training. Saria is out here admiring his physique. Now that they've come to this, she's got nothing in her arsenal left to offer him. He's ready to go out into the real world now. But her easygoing attitude confuses Gray, because there's still an entire month left until the entrance exam. Virgil's daughter reminds our boy that he's going to be spending a lot of time traveling to get to the location of the entrance exam. That's why he has to leave early. As a final token of gratitude, Saria hands him a bag of money, ensuring him an easygoing trip, taking care of his expenses for the month. And that's a real teacher. As for our boy, he still doesn't feel good about the idea of leaving so soon. Her forceful approach saddens him. because he thinks his teacher is pushing him away like he's a burden. Smiling at his answer, she thinks he's complicating the situation. Suddenly, Gray brings up the rumor of an ogre's nest nearby, alarming Saria's attention. He also points out that the village is completely unsafe with the lack of security guards. The Swordmaster confirms the existence of the nest as well, as it was discovered recently. At the same time, she smiles at him, believing that nothing bad will happen. If the worst case happens, they'll just have to rely on the royal capital for help. Though Gray is worried, she thinks his only focus should be to take his exam, without any wandering thoughts. In his mind, he's convinced like hell that his teacher is lying to him, soothing him so that he doesn't have to worry. The royal capital is never going to send help to a tiny village, and when the village is raided and destroyed by the ogres, it will inevitably result in Saria's brutal death. In his original life, he learned that she died taking on the battle alone. Anyway, he doesn't tell her any of this, just accepts the situation, thanking his teacher for helping him out all this time. Gray plans to leave right away, earning Saria's smile. She and her two big personalities are rooting for him to pass. A few days later, we get a scene of her traversing a dangerous path to make her way to the nest. Here, skeletal remains of humans are horrifically hung on the trees as a warning. Saria is trying to track down the nest, using the information she received from the scout. Spotting the trail of blood ahead, she knows that danger lurks ahead. But before she does anything, the Swordmaster is alarmed by the familiar voice of her disciple. Sitting on top of the tree branch, he questions where his beloved master is headed so late at night. Receiving a surprise entrance from him, she asks what he's doing right here when he's supposed to be focusing on the academy. Sticking his landing on the ground, he taunts her for questioning him when he should be doing it to her instead. She lied to him when she said she was going to ignore the situation of the nest and let the royal capital handle it. Making an excuse, Saria explains that the royal capital refused to come because of their personal matters, which is why she took on the job herself. She's confident in her sword ability, believing that whatever it is in that nest, she can defeat it. Especially after receiving the report of the scout, Saria reveals that her opponent is going to be an elite ogre, and henchman monsters range about roughly 50 creatures apart from the boss. She knows fighting off the monsters will be tough because of their numbers, but it's not stopping her from going. By the way, even Gray admits that an elite ogre isn't strong, at least not enough to defeat a woman of her caliber. However, the thing about the ogres is that their unique advantage comes to their brains and overwhelming numbers. With so many of them in that nest, Saria is definitely going to die if they manage to surround and overwhelm.
אני נלך חפצים שהשווי שלהם הוא מעט כרגע. רשות המיסים הציגה, ביטוח רשות לכיסוי נזקי המלחמה בעבור חפצים ביתיים. בתשלום פרמיה מזערי של 0.3% מהשווי הנוסף, תקרת פיצוי של כמיליון שקלים. קחו אותי לדוגמה, זכו לי ילדים. בינתיים, תקרת הפיצוי שלנו היא בערך 85,000 שקלים. זה מכסה לי התעללות, מכשירי החשמל במטבח והטלוויזיות. אבל מה בעניין הפסנתר, השטיח הפרסי, שואב העבר שקלים ולאורן. אז אני צריכה להוסיף כיסוי לעוד כ50,000 שקלים, בעלות של רק 150 שקלים. הביטוח נכנס לתוקף מיד והופר ב-31 לדצמבר של אותה שנה. תכנסו לאתר, זה קצת מהיר וזמין לכולם.
Apart from that, our boy knows one thing with absolute confidence. Because of his knowledge of his previous life, letting Saria take on the mission alone is like sending her to her death. And in the end, the village will also be destroyed with no protector left. That's the dark future that he's already experienced before. With that in mind, the young disciple requests to team up with her, but his master isn't kind, stating that she's all good on her own. Instead of wasting time trying to convince her that she won't be enough, Gray cleverly tells her that he wants to gain real combat experience. He even goes on to guilt trip her, asking if she's afraid he'll become a burden in her path. Though he's smart, his master points out the ridiculousness of what he just said. Their skill difference is nearly identical right now.
What's the temperature?
She struggles to fight in
Right now, it's 84 degrees Fahrenheit. Tonight, expect a low of 76 degrees.
Much more different, especially when you account for a monstrous nest like this one. This task involves immense danger, which is the reason she doesn't want Gray to risk his life, at least not until he has more combat experience. Her disciple is devastated to hear her conviction. After all, Saria wasn't budging in her stance. So he goes for one last resort, an idea that he wants to share with his master. At first she's surprised, until Gray straight up challenges her to a fight, promising to put her to sleep and then going on by himself to face the ogre. The situation grows tense. The disciple has just challenged his master to a real battle. His sword pointed at her. Gray waits for her response. Realizing that her student is just as stubborn as she is, Zarya admits defeat. She doesn't want him to go on alone, so she reverts to his previous suggestion of going together. All she cares about is that he returns in one piece. And yes, the one piece is real. Both of them band together and venture into the forest to confront the monsters. The night grows older, and finally, the master and the disciple discover the location of the nest. The intelligent monsters use their environment to their advantage. They made a nest that leaves no room for escape, in case someone dared to venture all the way here to challenge them. Zarya thinks that the creatures must be confident in their ability, while Gray argues that it's actually more of a disadvantage for the two of them, as they'll have to fight carefully. Observing from a safe distance, she's rather surprised. The boss is nowhere to be found among the group, which makes her wonder if it's hiding in its tent. If that is the case, it's good for them, because this way, they'll be able to kill many of the henchmen before the elite ogre can confront them. To discuss battle strategy, Zarya instructs her student to target the monsters from one side, while she's going to cover the other side. Executing the plan right away, both of them bolt into action with their swords in hand. The showdown begins. Before the monsters are even capable of comprehending the situation, the majestic Zarya is already on top of them, executing a clean headshot, making a football of the creature's head as it flops to the ground. With the first monster down, the rest of them grumble and roar at each other in their language. The entire group is enraged and goes right into murder mode, preparing their weapons to kill the intruders. It doesn't matter, because our boy is going beast mode with the way he's slaughtering the horde. This guy is a one-man army, cross-cutting multiple monsters all at once. The elegant Zarya is all the same, showing off her impressive skills that she learned from Papa Virgil. The two of them are unstoppable. Ray and Zarya perfectly cover each other's backs. Within the span of a few minutes, every single monster in sight is reduced to a body count for them. By the way, she's actually pretty impressed by Gray's unflinching determination in a real battle. He's never been more ready, warning his master to stay on her guard too. Here's the thing though, something about the situation is giving him a bad feeling. This fight has been too easy for them, way too easy in fact. Because if this is the level that Zarya had to face, then she could have defeated all of them by herself, even without his help. And that brings him to a state of unease, because whatever is resting inside the tent, it's going to be much more terrifying than anything they've faced so far. Speaking of which, the creature's menacing pair of eyes beam through the dark tent, glaring at him from afar. The second Gray comes in contact with the creature's eyes. He shudders in shock. Despite his strength, he cowers and tells his master that they have to leave immediately. Even Zarya doesn't get what's gotten into him all of a sudden. Without explaining anything, he roars at her to run, with so much fear in his voice that Zarya doesn't question him. She simply follows his instructions and bolts right after him. As they're running along, you might be thinking that they'll escape, but not, because their terrifying opponent literally leaps over from the skies with a massive vertical. Gray is terrified when the monster plants his feet into the ground, confronting the daring humans. Zarya's expression changes to shock, pointing out how the boss monster has personally come to them for a battle. But then Gray drops a bombshell that no one even expected. This isn't the boss monster at all. Right as he's about to reveal the location of the real boss, a monstrous voice roars at them from behind. This provocative roar unleashes another horde of creatures to chase after them. The thrilling noise is deafening for Zarya, but for the ogres, it has converted them into battle-hungry maniacs. Zarya shivers in fear, failing to comprehend her own senses. There's a creature more terrifying, more brooding than an elite ogre, and it's commanding the entire group. Finally, Gray reveals that they're up against an ogre general. He's the real boss of the monster nest. I have to remind you guys, they're literally sandwiched right now. On one side, there's the elite ogre blocking their escape. Going back isn't an option either because a large horde awaits them along with the real boss of the nest. Zarya expresses her shock, fully knowing that they can't face a monster like this even at their level. Their only chance at victory is to kill the elite ogre in front of them to escape. So she does exactly that, by charging at the beast and clashing her weapon against his. Determined to win this battle, she exploits an opening and connects a sharp cut against the creature's body. Blood spurts out of the cut, and while normally this is supposed to be a good sign, her worries only worsen when she notices that the wound is healing again. Meanwhile, our boy is clashing against dozens of monsters all on his own, sharing his knowledge of the ogre general's abilities. Apparently, its roar significantly boosts the strength and recovery speed of the monsters. Basically, they're up against an elite ogre on steroids. Defeating even a normal one is so difficult right now that even Gray is having a hard time. Flashing one of the monsters, he tells Zarya to cover his back. He instructs her to just delay the battle for a while longer, which makes her question what kind of miraculous strategies he's got planned. To that, our boy shares that in a situation like this, they've only got one objective in sight, and that is to kill the ugliest of them all, the bastard who's hiding behind his sword. The fight for survival begins as Gray flashes his sword against one of the monsters, reflecting his annoyance at getting surrounded and flanked. He deflects the slash and finds another raging monster. He's cutting past the enemies, focusing on making a clear path in front of him so that he can get to his objective.
What's up, baby? You feel like getting some breakfast or what? Or is this the thing with the sleeping board over there? Shoes still in the laundry room?
They should still be in the laundry room.
Somebody got.
I didn't rewind, I let it go from where it stopped, like I'm still missing like, remember, the Asian guy killed his son.
I mean, oh, you still listening to something?
Yeah, they all live. Big
Check it on all that. Any new information or they just making it last? I mean, making it last by just talking. Huh?
Make me laugh.
Oh, man. I see yours. I don't think I see mine.
Oh, boy.
I think I left them in the back of my car or something.
I think you took them out of the car. Remember you sit there making your cheeks stink?
Oh, shit. I'm talking. Alexa, do you have any timers?
There are no timers set.
Alexa, set timer for 30 minutes.
30 minutes, starting now.
Yeah, you know that damn oven light on and shit, you know that trip. No, I think I'll do it. I think I'll probably put it in his name. Oh, you back on Habit?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I wasn't talking about Habit. I thought we was on that, white woman that was like police officer and some people died. Something called Rainy River or something. I didn't know it was Habit. Shit, the last time I remember seeing this is when he went to talk to Forrest Whitaker. And he was saying, y'all know what y'all did. So this is way past that, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is when he finally found his son? And they trying to kill him? That's the son, right?
I don't know if that's the son. I know it's a black guy who's from Spanish.
Right, that was the son.
Oh, okay.
He was saying, you owe me a favor, find my son.
وألمانيا إيطاليا الحسين وألمانيا وبريطانيا وفرنسا أن يدفع تكاليف هذه الحرب الموجهة إلى أفريقيا والظاهرة والسودانية. طيب يعني هذا هو الدخل. هناك اتساع كافي جدا، هناك اتساع، هناك في حقيقة هسه أمنية سياسية عسكرية اقتصادية موجودة في داخل هذا المجتمع الإسرائيلي. أعتقد إنه الوضع الاقتصادي له تأثير جدا قوي، وما عنده في ارتفاع في حال المستوى يعني مش كثير خبير بالوضع الاقتصادي، ولكن من الاحتياط إسرائيل لديها أنا بشكرك سيادة السفيرة مساعد وزير الخارجية إسرائيل اقتربت للغاية في إزالة تهديدات الصواريخ البالستية والبرنامج النووي الجراحي. لا شك أن هذا النظام يمر علينا ونحو وجودنا. لهذا السبب أطلقنا هذه العملية لإزالة التهديدين الوجوديين، وهما الأسلحة النووية والصواريخ البالستية. نحن نتقدم خطوة بخطوة نحو تحقيق هذين الهدفين، ونحن قريبون جدا من تحقيقهما. وفيما يتعلق بمنشأة فوردو، أعتقد أنه يجب علينا أن نرفع قبعتنا لصديقنا العظيم، صديقي المقرب الرئيس ترامب، على العمل الممتاز الذي قام به الجيش الأمريكي وسلاح الجو الأمريكي. نشيد بإنجازهم، لقد وجهوا ضربة موجعة للغاية هنا، ضربة بالغة الأهمية. سنقوم بالطبع بتقييم كل شيء. على أي حال سنضمن عدم وجود أي تهديد من هذه المنشآت النووية. سنبذل كل ما في وسعنا لتحقيق الأهداف التي حددناها، وسنحققها جميعا. أستطيع أن أقول لكم شيئا واحدا: لن ننجر إلى حرب استنزاف، لكننا أيضا لن ننهي هذه الحملة التاريخية قبل تحقيق جميع أهدافنا. ومن جانبه قال ريال سمع رئيس الأركان الإسرائيلي الأمريكية المواقع النووية الإيرانية حققنا العديد من الأهداف بما في ذلك الإلحاق ضرر كبير بالبرنامج النووي الإيراني. لقد وصلنا إلى نقطة تحول في الحملة عقب الضربة الدقيقة والمؤثرة التي شنها الجيش الأمريكي على مواقع نووية رئيسة. وقد تحققت هذه الضربة بفضل القيادة الشجاعة بشركائنا الأمريكيين وبفضل جهد دبلوماسي وعسكري مشترك. طوال أشهر التخطيط، خاصة في الأسبوع الماضي، حافظت على اتصال وثيق مع رئيس هيئة الأركان المشتركة الجنرال كامب. انتهيت للتو من محادثة أخرى معه ومع قائد القيادة المركزية الأمريكية الجنرال مايكل أليكاريلا. ونعتبر التنسيق بين جيشينا رصيدا استراتيجيا رئيسا لدولة إسرائيل. الحملة مستمرة وما زال لدينا أهداف نطلقها وأهداف نحققها. نواصل زيادة وتيرة ضرباتنا وفقا للخطة العملياتية، ونحن مستعدون للاستمرار طالما كان ذلك ضروريا. أما الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب فقد تساءل عن إمكانية تغيير النظام في إيران بعد الهجمات العسكرية الأمريكية على المواقع النووية الإيرانية فترة السلاح. ترامب كان في منشور على قائلا: أسأل الصواب استخدام سياسيا استخدام مصطلح تغيير النظام، لكن إن لم يكن النظام الإيراني الحالي قادرا على تعليم إيران عظيمة مرة أخرى، فلما لا يكون هناك تغيير للنظام؟ وذلك على يعني قول ترامب على منصة السوشيال. ونرى الآن هذه التويتات أو هذه المنشورات على منصة السوشيال، وهي منصة مملوكة للملياردير الأمريكي دونالد ترامب وهو رئيس الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية الآن. أما بالأمم المتحدة فقد قال الأمين العام لها أنطونيو غوتيريش إن المنظمة الأممية
ومستعدة لدعم كل الجهود الممكنة نحو التوصل إلى حل سلمي للأزمة بشأن إيران. وخلال اجتماع طارئ لمجلس الأمن لبحث الضربات الأمريكية على إيران، قال جوتيريش إنه يجب التحرك فورا وبحزم لوقف القتال والعودة إلى مفاوضات جادة ومستدامة بشأن البرنامج النووي الإيراني، مشددا على أن الدبلوماسية لا بد أن تنتصر ولا بد من حماية المدنيين وضمان سلامة الملاحة البحرية. وخلال اجتماع لمجلس الامن حضر رافائيل جروسي المدير العام للوكاله الدوليه في الطاقه عبر انتشار النووي في العالم وان على المحك وقد انهار في ظروف الحركه. جروسي قال انه في الوقت الحالي لا حركه تحت الارض في منشات الاردن الايرانيه. لكنه ذكر مرصود ارتفاعا الشعب بأي من المواقع الثلاثة المستهدفة. فوري وبحسمه وقت القتال والعودة إلى مفاوضات جادة ومستدامة بشأن البرنامج النووي الإيراني، مشددا على أن التصعيد العسكري يهدد الأرواح ويهدد الحل الدبلوماسي.
She's awesome.
قبل إلى نيويورك ينضم إلينا السيد صفي الدين دياب الكاتب الصحفي من هناك. سيد صفي، تحياتي في البداية. يعني كيف نرى ردود الأفعال الأمريكية بعد الضربة الأمريكية لمراكز تقسيم اليورانيوم في إيران؟
مساء الخير. اولا يمكن التباين بالنسبه لردود الافعال الداخليه ما بين المؤيدين والمعارضين. رئيس الوزراء لديه كثير من المؤيدين وبشكل عام هنا نظرا الى الصالح الامريكي في خارج الولايات المتحده الامريكيه على الوفاء الوارده الاتفاقيه التي تضعها على نفسها. عدد كبير جدا من اعضاء الكونغرس يجب مع هذه الضربه يؤيدون الرئيس. اما بالنسبه للجمعيات والمنظمات الاهليه معظمها رفض ايرانيه توجيه ضربه لايران، وهذا اعتقد سينعكس على شكل المعارضه في الشارع الامريكي. يمكن هذا طبعا سيكون له تاثير كبير جدا على الرأي العام الأمريكي الذي قد يلعب دور في تغيير موازين القوى داخل الكونغرس في الانتخابات المقبلة.
Oh, just because you bad today.
كيف تقرأ قرارات الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب وكيف تقرأ عقليته وكيف تراه يقول أشياء وأقل ويضع شخصيته او يضع to protect the home front. And do we even know who we are protecting ourselves from? Our country under the Biden administration. Like Emanuel is lying from Washington, D.C. with more lying. However, trade union customs and border protection sources tell Fox News nearly half of the Iranian nationals who cross the border released into the U.S. Border Patrol arrested 1,504 Iranian nationals at our southern border for fiscal year 2021 through 2024. 729 of them were released into the U.S. The Iranians are considered special interest aliens and are supposed to receive enhanced vetting. Today, Homeland Security sent out a bulletin warning of a heightened threat environment. It warns that chances
government issue a religious ruling calling for retaliatory violence. And it could increase the likelihood that a supporter of the Iranian regime is inspired to commit an act of violence in the homeland. Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo issued this warning.
We know that at least a couple of hundred folks who were already on the American terror designated watch list who came across the border during the Biden administration. So that risk is not zero.
The New York Police Department says, out of an abundance of caution, we're deploying additional resources to religious, cultural, and diplomatic sites across NYC and coordinating with our federal partners. Washington, D.C. police say they're taking similar precautions. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem held a call today with the nation's governors to discuss threats linked to Iran. Trey?
Ryan, thank you. Immigration enforcement can decrease the likelihood of a terrorist attack in the U.S. It's just one of many reasons it makes sense to know who's coming into the country and why. But for 4 years, the U.S. was flying blind. How vigilant should Americans be stateside, and whose job is it to make sure terror cells do not emerge or activate here? We're joined by former Secretary of Homeland Security Chad Wolf and former undercover CIA officer and Congressman Will Hurd. Welcome to you both, gentlemen. Mr. Secretary, what should Americans expect in the days and weeks to come? What are DHS and the Bureau looking for stateside in terms of something nefarious happening here?
Well, sure. Look, the Department of Homeland Security, along with FBI and the intelligence agencies, are looking for incredible threats, incredible information that says something is going to occur here in the homeland. Absent that, if DHS has just issued an advisory today saying there is no credible information or threat, but we need to be aware that Iran can obviously strike back. I think the most logical aspect for them to do that in is in a cybersecurity attack of some kind. It seems to be not as direct. They often hide behind different threat actors in doing that. And we saw this in 2020 with the death of General Soleimani. So I think that's probably the most logical. There are cells here in the United States, such as Hezbollah and others, that they certainly could activate. I think that's going to be a little bit more aggressive if they want to de-escalate. Then you're likely to see some type of cyber attack.
Well, I want you to put on your CIA hat for a second, even though we serve together for the city. Can you harmonize the seemingly disparate statements about Iran's nuclear capacity? Just a country close to a nuclear weapon, close to being close, and did it even matter?
Trey, what was the trying to get bad money?
The Iranian government has been trying to kill and kidnap Americans since 1979. They've killed over 1,000 Americans. In that time, the last 2 years, they've conducted over 200 attacks on ships in and around the Hormuz Straits. They've attacked hundreds of times our forces in the Middle East. Whether the Iranian government was 1 day, 1 week, 1 year away from having weapons, they have been trying for this for decades. And we took the opportunity to strike when the skies were wide open. We prevented putting a dangerous weapon to a dangerous regime. Now we have to be prepared, not only as Chad was explaining about people in the United States, we got to be worried about if the Iranians trying to do something like use drones to attack America, use cruise missiles to attack America. We need to make sure that we have a multi-layered defense. It's not just a building drones, they're building drones in order to protect our population. We need to be using the latest and greatest technology like the net that makes things work together. Like as if they have one brain. This is the kinds of conversations that we need to have in Washington to make sure that we're clear.
We'll talk about rule of law, national security, and also border security. Do we have any idea across the border there was one intentions during the Biden administration? I know that Mike gave us some statistics about the number of Iranian nationals, but I mean, how close to being accurate do you think that is, given the fact that we were sort of flying blind for 4 years?
Yeah, well, the stark reality, Trey, is that we know very little about who crossed that border. The numbers that were shown, obviously, are the ones that we apprehended, right? But then there are millions of gotaways. These are individuals that pay the cartels a premium to smuggle them across the border so that they don't encounter law enforcement. Obviously, they're doing that for various reasons. So whether it's Chinese nationals, whether it's Iranians, whether it's cartel members, or the like, what we saw over 4 years come across that southern border has been, or was disastrous, right? Or 400 individuals on the watch list, government watch list, that were apprehended there. But the vast majority of those were not apprehended. Never encountered a border patrol agent. And those are the ones I think we're most concerned about. Tom Homan is most concerned about these individuals because they're here in the United States. We don't know where they are. We don't know why they wanted to come here illegally. When you don't know what their plans are, it's very, very difficult. Once they're here in the United States, it's very difficult to locate them and understand what they're doing. That's why it's really, really important to stop them or vet them and then make sure that you understand who's coming into the country.
Well, before I let you go, I want to pick on your CIA expertise once again. There's talk about getting Iran back to the bargaining table, but in the same breath, sort of to quote your mother-in-law, Iran cannot be trusted. So if you look at the timeline from when the Shah was deposed, Iran has been targeting the U.S. for decades. So why go back to the bargaining table with a partner you can't trust?
It's hard, and here's the reality. They're more interested in Iran, and let me be clear, it's the Iranian government, not the Iranian people. The Iranian government is more interested in protecting uranium than protecting their own citizens. And the fact that they're never going to come to the table because they're going to lose their control and their power, and they feel like they're ultimately capitulating to the West. And so if they do, that would be great. We should all hope that happens, but the likelihood is slim. So we got to be ready to protect against ballistic missiles. We got to be ready to protect our troops in that region, and we got to be ready to protect against everything from drones, ballistic missiles, and cruise missiles at our homeland.
Chad Will, thank you for your service to our country and for loaning it to us on a Sunday night. Hope to see you both soon.
Great, thank you.
Take care. Coming up, Commander-in-Chief versus Congress, or has Congress already given the President the power to fight terrorism? Senator Tim Scott is next.
Some people just know it's easier to take insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know, checking someone's clothes first before going through the car wash. So check Allstate first and save the plenty of call.
There's a reason Chevy is called the heartbeat of America. A heartbeat strong, steady, unwavering. Like the people who keep this country doing what they do best.
Yeah. Where you treat off of me, you go to second.
With Cardio Mobile, you can take a medical break in just 30 seconds from anywhere. Cardio Mobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of surgery.
There are more options to defend out of serenity.
EKG that's FDA cleared to detect normal heart rhythm, bradycardia, and tachycardia. How much do you think this device costs? $99. Wow, that's impressive. Checking your heart anytime, anywhere has never been easier. And Cardio Mobile is now 10 second FSA. Get Cardio Mobile today for just $79 at cardio.com.
Oh, hi, I'm Amy. I'm next door.
Candy going there. Even Cover Charleston got a public gentleman. Right? Debate in Congress over Trump's authority to strike. They didn't even go to Congress. I mean, two other lady already bombed.
CCS01 daily symbiotic is the 2-in-1 prebiotic and probiotic engineered to survive, bringing live bacteria all the way down to the colon, whatever you digested, skin, heart, and immune system.
That's what they are.
With seeds
You probably not gonna remember, but this time I'm telling you, you see this? Put it on what you want, then you get the 3 buttons. And you go in and put record. That way you could be recording some of the Walking Dead. You know, we probably about the 3rd episode in.
Okay, so
Fourth episode.
that's it. Why do you give me a copy?
Good job, House. You just peel, form, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly smooth. Not smooth. If you know what you need, it's not just work. It's people. Something mattresses, something that is always accessible. Luxury is handcrafted and assembled in American factories and brought directly to you by complimentary and delivery service. Which is why over 90% of customers will recommend some to friends and family. Some luxury.
Ukraine. Kidney. Nobody knows nothing.
Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. Congress declares war. The president is the commander-in-chief, and there has been tension since that compromise was struck in the founding of this republic. And speaking of tension, since 1979. So with last night an affirmative military act for self-defense against a country that chants death to America and calls you the great Satan.
Good work.
People with death or sexual orientation. We have lost one here from the great state of South Carolina, so until we get him back, we're going to go to Tall Heinrich. Tall, how are you?
Tree.
I'm great, over to you.
Thank you. Let's give us a sense of what's happening in Israel. I mean, the United States is lucky. We are surrounded by two oceans and friendly neighbors. Israel is surrounded by people that desire its non-existence. Tell us what life in Israel is like right now.
So I can tell you that about an hour ago, the sirens went off again in central Israel. I think it was the speculative barrage of today. And people, I really hear words that seem so believable because the capacity has been a lot of trouble for us. And Iran, in fact, as we discovered, is working to pursue an appointed capital of that within 6 years. So obviously, the nuclear threats and nuclear explorations are not the only existential threats to Israel, but they're also
Not even supposed to have TV on 2 different places. Hamburg. Give me back. Give me here.
Wait a minute.
Okay, relax. I was saying, I'm not gonna let TV on two different places.
Mm.
I stay on for work one 5 days. Good time. Computer in 30-minute time. Computer in 30-minute time. Computer cancel 30-minute timer. Thank you. Computer cancel. Computer cancel 30-minute timer. Oh. Second. The chick sold everything and she lives on a cruise ship, boo. Y'all put the shoes there?
Where are they?
I feel like I'm talking to myself. The
Where are
laundry
they?
room ready to go.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The lights, I think I put mine up there. I think I put them in a plastic bag and stuff them up there.
You can't wear those. If they still in that plastic bag and they were wet, they're rotten. And get fungus in them. Because if I remember correctly, you were like, done.
Listen. She told her everything she lived on a cruise ship. That cruise ship looks so dated, right? You know what I'm saying? Don't it? What do you don't think so?
Well, I don't see nobody else.
I think it's early in the morning.
Is she one that lives on the
Got a divorce? You just said?
Oh yeah, her. She lives on the cruise ship.
India. So I'm only making 50 cents. If she got American people watching her, she'd be making $5 for every dollar view, you know? So it could be $100, you make $10, $10 for 1,000 people. And then I'm better. I'm gonna keep on. India don't have no fucking money. Watching my videos and this, you know? For 25 months. Everybody would think they're getting a free gift for $25. Get away. I'll do it.
Okay, so she's on cruise. She's not on one particular boat, whatever. She's seen work. Like, okay, I get like that. It's your mouth. See, places. Shit. I was saying the same thing. I was like, oh, they're traveling. I was like, bitch, you ain't even no way. No big ass kind on. You save your money. You did your own way. Take the fuck out. Oh, it don't look good. That's the shit on the number. You ain't getting like no luxury room and shit. Out. Old people can fucking leave. Yeah, that's what they said. The walls are big. You know, thinking if I'm in the train, I would enjoy it. I would be fucking Netflix. Nigga one, you know, train, I feel like if I'm on, I would enjoy that. Yeah, I mean, because train or don't very rarely a fucking truck or car is going to track. You have to see. Shit, admit it. I know. I ain't come up the edge. It's tight. Come on, Sharon. Hey, come in. See, my mom was thinking, oh, cruise ship, I'm like, where's the cruise ship? Or one of the VIP rooms, not that room. Not, no. I don't think I'll get the most post now. It is. That's something that God did. You know, let me just skip it. So she decided, didn't it? Each quarter, I can probably get off some of this. What you take pictures of? lot of people that take trips on cruises. Nah. Nah, like the people from the Dare TV show. They all look like, you know, the cruise. Something special. Where there ain't no money.
You might have said if you want to travel the world and do this, you might have said fuck it.
I don't want to do it with you. See, this is the shit right
That's
here.
what I was doing with it.
See, fuck that. You keep your food shit, bitch. I would be crying. Oh. I was trying to run back to my little boy. Now we saw the fish and they had all that water. The roof was flooded. You keep your food shit. Oh shit. All they can do is just watch. See what happens. Oh shit. No, you cruise ship. How you gonna be safe on that?
Yeah, you go with it. Fucking crazy.
I ain't even gonna get in the water. I'm not ready to get in the water. Yeah. That would be my last cruise if I was on that bitch. Can't get you on another. See, that's the thing. I don't want to get home. Shit. No, I don't have any. I just was doing them little ass folks, and you didn't tell me this big ass folks again.
Why you don't talk to say them when they yeah. Right over there, just in time, didn't you? Oh, that you trying to stick it up there, no doubt.
I'm just gonna stay on the couch and ride this shit out. What? Oh shit.
Who got picked first? So, handicapped and women first.
You know they gonna look at this and say, young children, young people first. They be like, you should make it.
With the new kids, women handicapped.
No, they don't.
I'll be on the helicopter waiting there.
Young children, young people first. They gonna push our asses aside. You know it.
I'll be going up to the helicopter.
You ain't full of shit.
Well, you like,
You wouldn't have had this thing at least be 30 years old. Shit.
you don't want to drop your game.
I see it like, like a horrible ride in Disney.
Bitch, your wife was doing.
Oh! Watch it. Watch it. Yeah. I thought that's the one. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What message is that? That's you gonna need to tell. Everybody out the food. Oh. Walk past that lady with the brown girl. I'm glad you got to get through one trying to go to heaven.
Incoming for signature detected.
AK-47, the very best there is. When you absolutely, positively got to kill every motherfucker in the room, except no substitutes. AK-47, the very best there is. When you absolutely...
What's up, homie? Not a damn thing. Don't tell me something happened to anybody. Oh, okay. You called me 10 o'clock at night. I want to hear somebody that passed. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You thought it was a dude. She's her voice like that deep. You can hit it. Why was that, bro? Nah, man, I'm probably gonna get him next week. Or you want to get him? What? You could have got that dog that day. Yeah, he told me he got that police dog. Nah, she can't keep a dog, even though they people around her way got dogs. Somebody around there got a damn pit bull. Yeah, she's saying the dog almost attacked her. Yeah. Yeah, this little Spanish lady and shit. She be hitting it with a belt. When he act out and shit. She be smacking him and shit, speaking English. As soon as Cuddy seen him, yeah, as soon as Cuddy seen him, Cuddy was in the back of the car. As soon as Cuddy seen him, that was like the first time I ever seen him go off and shit. I don't know what it was. I never seen him go off. She was like, she started smacking him with the belt. I don't know. He was walking at the door, or you know, whatever, aggression or something. Oh, man. Yeah, man. I'm thinking about getting on Kino birthday. I think July 5th. So, what I'm gonna do is Ocean, where the engines cut off. I didn't. She changed the picture. I saw it today. Actually, I saw it today. He said, "Why you change the picture on Hulu? I mean on HBO, but not his picture?" I said, no. I said that today because I saw it because we went on there to look at something. And I said, "Why did you change my picture to that picture?" And then she started laughing and said, "I know all about you with the headpiece." You just go on there. Click on your picture and then get that pencil thing on the bottom of it. And that's edit. Yeah.
Yes, you look just like that guy. That's why I
You
did.
say you look just like that guy.
You do. You make me laugh just like that guy. That's why. That's from the gemstones.
But now we just because we about to watch the news and shit, see what war about to kick off.
Yeah, we're going to come stay at your house.
Right. Right. Well, I know we saw that when Iran was like, we about to fight back. Fuck y'all. He said, we about to come stay in your basement. He said, make it across the bridge.
You know I work. I buy food. Shit.
Yeah, I know that. I know that 4th of July coming up. So shit. Everybody you see with a backpack that speak, that fucking, you know, the fucking Indian motherfuckers. Or they just get blow up all the fucking gas stations.
Oh, Lord.
They own them, shit. Just cut the gas off. Everybody get some shit. We hope we try and get Teslas.
And Tesla's a rock bottom right now. We all.
Oh, you doing got an electric car? She ran out of electric? What the fuck? Put some solar panels on. Right. She's trying to help the environment. He said, yeah, well. But yeah, that's all we doing, man. We just about to, like I said, watch the fucking news, man, and see what the hell's happening out here. Okay, brother. Okay.
Hey, we gotta have a serious discussion about this shit, man. We gotta come up with a plan.
I mean, we don't ride on anything that requires us to be in a group, so we should be okay. We not going down that 4th of July shit or none of that. So you don't ride the metro anymore. I would be worried about you, and Mike, if y'all rode the metro, because remember I used to say it a long time ago. I'm surprised they never tried to hit Metro Center or what's the big place in New York? Grand Central Station or something like that.
You mean since they did do it before 9/11? Remember the bomb?
Right, but it didn't stop the,
Right.
you know, they hit one of those major arteries and
all that New York has been through, I think they're covered. No shit is going to get past them.
Because remember,
New York has got that shit under control.
remember, you don't have to always just do it to kill people. If you just disrupt shit, it'll be just as bad. You know what I'm saying? They always tease me because I told you when I took Cuddy over there, shit, Cuddy was all on him.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, yeah, I was like, what's up? I was like, what the fuck? What is this
someone new?
I said, is he smelling your dog or something? Shit? He was all hands on it.
Oh shit, he was like,
And I'm like, come on. He
what, laying on?
Yeah. So we was like laughing and shit. He was like, see, I said, you see that shit? That's just how everything is, boy. They fucking the hand that feed them, they don't give a fuck. But yeah, I guess he probably just bored and shit. He was talking about going to the casino.
Oh, no. I would do that.
He still got 5 people. Arizona and shit. Like we're just dealing with terrorists, now we're dealing with some others, right? Something always going on, isn't it? I'm good.
Yeah.
It's gonna be all right, babe. Okay? You hear me? It's gonna be all right. I'm gonna deal with this like we deal with everything. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where you at. I'm here to check out. That one little bridge that you all did, you realize that? So, I'm gonna talk about 11 a.m. That's gonna be that.
She had three are there and the rest are not. I mean, do you know they don't talk? Yeah, they don't.
this, like you mean, yeah, nothing to do with the war. Suicide bomber in Damascus. Suicide bomber. Suicide bomber killed 20 an hour ago. China and all that stupid shit. What if we got out of country? You know, this AI with 700 guys in the pretender to be AI. So when people ask the question, it was just guys typing shit. I'm telling you, India be on some shit, don't they? I'm sick, 400 kids in the game of the brain. That shit, isn't it? And they say, you know what, hospitals are supposed to retrain this AI because they say that we know this is AI. Right, what we love it and shit, you know, good, that's conservative, that's him. That's what it is. Now what he's saying is, I guess he's put the Democrats, they're asking questions and shit like, who do you think is messing up the earth and shit? I'm like, Republicans. So he's like, you know what, I need to rechange things. Brandon, you got it, bro. The names and they see they coming up with a little. name. What?